Hello. Hopefully people can hear us.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, so we thought we'd do a bit of an experiment. Right now, there is actually a weekly this Sunday live cap that seems to have a little bit of trouble filling, and we thought maybe it would be fun to try building a roster and see if we could kind of help out anyone that kind of was thinking of taking a shot at the weekly and just wasn't quite sure how to build a cap roster. Because I think especially for one of these live caps, it's a really friendly roster to build because you probably have a lot of the cards you need anyway. Even if you just finish the live missions, you're going to have most of the cards that you want.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's definitely one that pretty much everyone should be able to build a pretty competitive roster for.
so I think I'm going to do, actually, I think I'm going to completely clear my current roster. Maybe we'll actually try building this one from scratch instead.
Sure.
Um, I am going to be a little bit back and forth because I've also got a playoff series that's about to start. So I may have to.
Oh, yeah. I guess we can try to see when your first game is, and
I got an off day first, and then we can
okay.
come back. Let's see. It's a cap, so I'm going to run a blank cap roster. By the way, this is something that we highly recommend for anybody who's, whether you're starting out or experienced at building rosters. It's a really good idea. Just find a tournament you haven't built anything for, and before you do anything, go to export and export a blank roster. And especially if you're doing something with sliders, say that you want to do over and over again, maybe set your sliders first and then export it. But it just gives you a chance to kind of be able to build rosters real quick without having to worry about what's already there. Uh,
Yeah. Perfect.
so this will actually be kind of fun because I don't think we've talked too much about one of these cap rosters where I'm guessing our models are going to be a little bit different as well.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's some cards that pretty much we're both going to agree have to be on the roster one way or another, but on the margins, there's definitely going to be
Yeah.
some disagreement. So,
So first off, let's kind of go through what the cap looks like. So it's an open cap. We've got 1,700 total. So that means we can have basically 11 perfects and everything else 40. Realistically, I think we're not quite going to go for 11 perfects because some of the perfects aren't that strong. But probably we're looking at something like 11 to 12, kind of high end players. I think that's probably the way we're going to build it, right? 11 to 12 high end players
um,
and then cheap
yeah. I
folks.
mean, this I think this roster building, you got to make kind of important decision to begin with, which is, are you playing with Tani or
Yeah,
not?
I think that's going to be part of it. So,
Because he's certainly as a pitcher, he's not amazing. Um, and yeah, it makes it a little bit interesting to try to include him.
yeah, and I think that's part of this also is you're always looking for efficient players, and some of the live cards do have very good or very bad shapes, which means they're going to end up being like, really efficient or really inefficient.
Yeah,
Um, so,
absolutely.
um, yeah, okay, sorry, I was trying to get Discord to stop popping things up. I think we made that work. Okay, so if we're looking at running approximately 12 players, uh, one question is how much of your resources are you devoting to pitching? I think ideally, even in a cap tournament, ideally you'd like to have all of your starters be playable. You'd like to have at least one real bullpen arm that you're comfortable with in a high leverage situation. But on the other hand, that would mean that that's kind of six of your, 11 or so players. So
Yeah, I mean,
how much are you
that's
really
one
going
place
to
where.
going to devote here?
Well, okay, I mean, this is one place where Otani comes in because you can get a relatively good hitter and a pitcher who can be a fit starter and is probably all right. And I think he's pretty good for that. The stamina is low. It's a complicated decision, but it probably is a good one, I think, for this. The other coverage really helpful, I guess, is Tristan McKenzie.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe let's just go through here. Let me start. Let's see. I guess I probably want all types because the non-live cards aren't going to play here. Let's maybe begin by just looking at some of the starters. You'll notice, by the way, I don't have every single card in the game at this point. Uh, that's probably okay. If there's something we decide is essential, I don't mind picking it up. But at the same time, I think not all the viewers are going to have every card in the game also. And one of the nice things about caps is you kind of want to start maybe by running the cards that are most efficient, I think, and
Yeah, I
then
mean,
filling in around the edges.
I don't even know that there are any essential cards that you have to have for this format, or you can't play at all, which is not bad.
Yeah, definitely the gap between the live perfects and some of the live diamonds isn't as big as some of the historical ones, just because some of the historical ones really are pretty far above 100. And I'd say the only live card that feels far above 100 to me maybe is Aaron Judge.
Yeah, I agree with Judge. I think Judge, if you own Judge, certainly that is a card which belongs on the roster for this.
I actually got knocked out by a team playing live Judge in the Heinz Zone today.
Yeah, I actually thought Live Judge was a pretty good hitter in that format versus lefties. There aren't a lot of them, but he has a lot of power.
Yeah, no, it was my first instinct was what are they doing, and then when I actually sort of thought about it, I realized it. I didn't think it was quite optimal, but it was actually like a reasonable decision.
Yeah, it's. I mean, certainly you're going to play something like the top movie bets instead if you have him, but if you don't have him, that's not a crazy thing to do.
All right, so let's maybe start. Let's start with some pitching. Uh, so I guess I can run a model as well. Maybe I should do
Yeah, that's good.
that. Uh, we'll kind of see what see how our different, because we've each kind of got a model for how these go. So maybe we can start by just thinking about, all right, what are our top few options? Let's see. So my number one option I've got is DeGrom,
Yep, I
and
also have
that's
the
really
ground.
the only perfect I've got up there. So we can take a look at the card. Um, and one of the reasons that I do think he's worth paying for. So remember that we're going to be running kind of a short bench because if our cap number here is like 11, we get basically 11 perfects if we wanted to. That means pretty much any time we get into the back end of our bullpen, it's a significant downgrade, even from a somewhat tired starter.
Yeah,
Um, so I think I'm going to also want to put a premium on players with high stamina. And as much as 85 stamina wouldn't be high in, for other contexts, for a live starter, 85 stamina is actually a lot.
yeah. So I've actually I've decided to run Carlos Rodon as well, mostly because he has a lot of stamina.
Yeah, so I think I'll try running DeGrom. That's my number one. So I don't have Rodon, but let me pull him up and we'll show people the card.
Yeah, it's not a
Um,
great pitcher. I mean, I have it kind of in the tier with the next best live starters,
but he has 75
um,
stamina.
but he's 75 stamina.
Yeah, I think that's right. So I've got Rodon as the second best starter. Um,
Yes, I have Rodon and Rios and Zach
yeah, I've
Gallen
got Gallon up
all
there.
kind of close. Yeah,
Um, so I think in a cap, I think you definitely would be fine if you didn't have Rodon or Degrom. Um, like I don't think it's worth buying Rodon. I think for me, instead of buying Rodon, I'm just going to save 10 points and go with Zach Gallen instead.
yeah. I
Where
think
I'm
Zach
actually getting a
Gallen.
little bit more pitcher BABIP, but I'm still getting 73 stamina, and so it's not quite 75, but I'm saving 10 points against the cap.
Yeah, I think Zach Gallen is a pretty important card for this also because he's just as good as the 100s and has a lot of stamina.
Yeah, so I think Gallon's up there. You mentioned Urias, and that's also,
Yeah,
again, this huge pitcher BABIP.
but he has a little bit lower stamina. We're losing 10 stamina here from Rodon, which is basically why I've decided to spend 13 points on, which maybe is not right, but um, it's pretty important for this format.
I think the stamina is really important. So that's one question. Are we building something that has 12 or 13 pitchers? And I think with the low stamina, I might end up at 13. We'll see what we end up doing here.
Yeah, I mean, this is another place where Otani helps because Otani lets you be able to run 13 pitchers and still have 14 position players, which I think is pretty good for this.
Yeah, Mr. Audit. So what we're doing, we're taking a shot at building the weekly live cap because it's a tournament that seems to have a little bit of trouble filling. So we thought, maybe we'd go ahead and try building one and see if that kind of convinces some other people this isn't such a hard format to build for. All right, so let me put a few. Let's start to build a roster here. So we think DeGrom makes sense as a starter. He's going to cost us 100, right? Here, let me
Yep.
just throw in a little something that gives us, a total of what's against the cap, and I'll throw in a bunch of 40s for the meantime, just so we add up, right?
Yeah. We'd also just count up to 660, but
all right, just so we kind of got a running total of what we're thinking here.
yeah. So 1,700 is the total for this, in case anyone is
Right.
not playing it.
Right. Cap is 1,700. Yeah, so Rob Deere, I think that's the thing. All these cards are a little bit flawed compared with the historical ones, but that's also, kind of part of the fun of building it, I think. That there aren't a lot of just you must play this card kinds of things being run. So, yeah, Urias is certainly going to be really good for as long as he pitches. The question is what we feel about 75 stamina. So maybe I think we definitely like the idea of running Gallon, right?
Yeah, I think Gallon
I think
definitely.
he's really efficient.
And then I guess
I'm happy running Urias. It's going to be a strong card for 87.
yeah, it's definitely a very good pitcher for an 87, but just the stamina. And then I think the next starting pitcher that sort of we should look at is Tristan McKenzie.
Yeah, so McKenzie I have a little lower. So just going through a little bit of the list first off. Let's say that
Sure.
let's say that we're just working from the top down. I'll just give you my model, which a lot of these are in the same tier, so they're really close to each other, and I'm guessing your model will be similar, but like people could move down 5 places and it's a tenth of a war or something.
Yeah.
A tenth of a FIP. So I don't expect ours to exactly agree, but just like sort of what's in that tier. This Brandon Woodruff, I've kind of got in that tier. That if the pitcher BABIP were a little higher, I'd be much happier. He does only have 61 stamina, and so I think I'm willing to pass on him. But just as a card, I think he's up there.
Yeah, especially for a 98, that's a lot for people to pay for a 61 stamina card.
If you're going to save a little bit, this Joe Ryan got a really nice re-rate as well. And
yep, I like that card also.
I think your model might have him higher than mine because my model, I think, punishes him being splitty a little bit more than yours does.
I do have him a bit higher than that. I have him sort of at the top of the tier below Urias and Rodon and Gallon.
Yeah, so I think this is good to see that kind of this is some place where our models are going to disagree just a little bit. So yeah, okay. So Ryan I think is worth mentioning. This Verlander, also I've just kind of got up there again. He's even splittier than Joe Ryan, so you might have him a little higher than I do, but that would be the reason we would disagree.
No, actually, I don't have him that high. So I guess I can just. I've got kind of a very big tier below that. It's maybe I don't know, 6, 7 starters. All the ones you named are all in there so far.
Okay, yeah, we can mention. You want to mention a couple others? I can mention my next few. Go ahead. Who are your next few?
Sure.
I'll pull them up.
The next one for me is Tony Gonsolin, who
Okay.
I think is also pretty splitty and has very low stamina. So he's probably not a card we're so interested in.
So
No, he's not splitty actually.
He's not so splitty. He's got the huge pitcher BABIP. 58 stamina is going to be the main flaw for the card.
Yeah. So I think he's pretty difficult to run, although he's very, very good for an 80.
Yeah.
Then the next card I have is Tristan McKenzie.
So I've got Mackenzie a little bit lower, but I've got him as being by far the highest of these silvers. And he also has
Yeah,
71 stamina, which is really
yeah.
nice.
And then I guess I can kind of round out the last pitcher I have in that tier for a starter is Christian Javier.
Okay, yeah, so I've also got him probably even a little bit higher than you do. Um,
Yeah,
so he, again, 58 stamina is going to be the problem with this card. But apart from the stamina, you're getting just an enormous amount of pitcher BABIP.
yeah. A lot of stuff, a lot of pitcher rabbit, which against some of these lives that have the low strikeouts is pretty good.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think stuff is going to play up in this format, and also there aren't a lot of great gloves in the infield, so pitcher BABIP is maybe even a little bit more important just to kind of keep all those singles down.
Yeah, sure.
Um, a couple others I think that are in that tier. I've got Kershaw in that tier. Again, 63 stamina, so I'm not sure I quite want to pay for him compared with, I certainly would rather have Gallen. But I've got Kershaw kind of in that tier. Um, let's see. Framber, where do I not have Framber? I may actually not have Framber.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of have him.
No, I just mean
Um,
I may not actually
it's
own
a
the
little bit.
card.
Oh, it's a
Uh,
goal. It should be pretty affordable.
yeah, no, okay, it looks like I do own the card. I don't know why I somehow missed him in this list. Why is he not in my list of starters?
No, he has 80 stamina actually, so he's definitely the starter.
He's definitely a starter. This should be my list of starters. I own one because I just went to the card shop.
Hmm.
Okay.
83.
Well,
I don't see him.
no, I don't
You
see
have
him
some,
either.
you have some
Uh,
weird filter on.
so I have nothing checked here.
Hmm,
All types.
that's strange.
Just curious if I go to all pitchers, is he somehow listed as a reliever? I
I
thought he was
don't
listed
think
as a
so.
starter.
I'm pretty sure this is a starter.
He is listed as a reliever. That is
That's
weird. Okay, well,
bizarre.
all right. Well, in any event,
The card says starter on it.
okay. Well, in any event,
Who
he's
knows?
got 80 stamina. He is a little bit splitty. So that's maybe the big thing. But for 80 stamina, I think this is a card I would definitely consider if we're just trying to, get somebody competent that can eat innings. And then the other one for me, kind of in a similar tier with Framber, is Shohei.
Yep.
So, so with Shohei, what you're getting on the pitching side, this is actually more like kind of a gold level pitcher for the high end gold pitchers.
Right. And he doesn't have a lot of stamina either.
And 68 stamina is more, so that's more than a couple of the ones we were mentioning, but
Yeah.
less than the guys you really liked.
Yeah.
So that was more than,
Um,
say, Joe Ryan, if you were thinking about that. It's more than Urias. It's more than Kershaw, Christian Javier, Scherzer. It's more than that group, but
yeah.
it's less than Tristan McKenzie, and it's a lot less than if we went Framber or DeGrom or Rodon or Gallen.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, we could even think about taking out Urias to play both McKenzie and Framber, just to try to sort of max
We
the
could try
stamina.
it. So first off, I
Um,
think given that it's not a tight cap, but it's moderately tight. I think the bat on Otani is good enough. Again, it's not the best bat you're going to find. Um, it's a little bit splitty, but it's certainly a good enough bat that this is a better DH than by a lot than what you're going to get from a low iron.
oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't have him as kind of a top DH option. Um, he's kind of somewhere down a bit below the really best hitters, but he's not bad. The only problem, of course, is you have to play him at DH. He doesn't. He's not like Rogan or John
Right?
Donaldson.
He's
Who you
not.
can
He's
play
not
at a
eligible
position.
elsewhere.
Yeah,
Okay, so I think the answer is that we should go. I think we should go with Shohei maybe on this build. What do you think?
yeah. I think it's good for this format to do that. It does present some roster building issues because you have to be able to cover for him both at DH and in
Yeah.
the bullpen a
So
little
now
bit.
our DH costs us 0 now.
Well, I guess you should still call it 40 since we're gonna have to fill that slot with some player.
Well, yeah. So what I'm going to do is
Or to
I'll
make an
add,
real.
let's add a 13th pitcher maybe or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you're running Otani, you kind of need 13 pitchers.
I think that works
Um,
because you still get 14 hitters.
yeah,
Um, okay, I think that works. So then we could run Fromber. We could run McKenzie. Another question you could always ask is, would you rather run one of them out of the pen, and how efficient are they compared to your top pen options? Uh,
I don't think I'd run one of the starters out of the pen. Um, I think probably if I wanted a bullpen arm, I would go for Carl Edwards.
I think yeah, I think we can do better out of the pen. I think I'm going to lean toward paying for one real high-end bullpen option, and we can talk about kind of what we might do there. Uh, okay, so we had a few options here. Uh, the question is Fromber, worth the extra 4 points given that McKenzie is really efficient in order to get more stamina?
Yeah, I went for McKenzie, which maybe is sort of inconsistent with my Rodon over Urias decision, but um, I don't know. It seemed like I guess I have McKenzie as a much better pitcher than Valdez. So
I think
um,
McKenzie is really efficient. I think we want McKenzie on the roster somewhere, just because of how
right, I
efficient he
guess
is.
yeah, we
Maybe
could I guess
though,
run.
what if we run Fromber over Urias?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I mean, I think Urias is a much better pitcher, but that's a lot of stamina for this thing.
It's close. I do have Urias also as significantly better.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, it's a close decision, isn't it?
yeah, it's not obvious to me, which I guess is
Actually,
good.
it is
Uh,
good. I mean, it's kind of something to think about. And this also means, if you're kind of building your own roster and maybe you don't have one of these cards we're talking about, maybe you just run both.
yeah, there's lots of options here. Um,
Um, let's put McKenzie on the roster for now. I think we're
sure.
probably playing Tristan regardless.
Yeah, I think that card is pretty useful for this format.
Um, yeah, I think we're probably playing Tristan regardless, and then the question is, do we think that it makes sense to, run Urias where you're getting a better pitcher with lower stamina? It's probably a difference of, at least 1 inning, maybe even close to two. I mean, it's 80 stamina is a pretty
Yeah, it's a
significant
lot of stamina.
difference over
I mean, I guess
65.
it might depend how much we're willing to pay for a bullpen. Um, if we're gonna get some better bullpen arms, then maybe we should we can stick with the Rios, or if not, then Valdez.
Yeah, I think at least in anything that weren't kind of a relatively tight cap, I'd be happy playing Arias and just going to the bullpen.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
But the tighter the cap's going to be, the tighter sort of this decision becomes. Uh, okay, well maybe we can leave Arias in for now, and we'll come back at the end and kind of look at that decision one more time. Um,
Sure, and then maybe we need the 4 points someplace.
yeah, if
Yes.
we could find a good place to use the 4 points. All right. Oh, I'm just going to let me just export this for a second. Yeah, it's not going to save yet. Uh, all right, let me just export it real quick. I just realized I need to do just a very quick check just because we're kind of in the playoffs and may need to make a quick decision about how to handle an upcoming game.
Yeah. There are still 45 spots in this live cup, by the way, for anyone who has a spot available. Uh, so
Yeah, hopefully,
plenty of.
if you're thinking about building one, come build along with us. You'll probably beat us because that's usually the way it works every time we build something on stream.
It does seem to be that way.
I'm just gonna flash up the be right back real quick because I just need to make a couple of like microing type decisions that probably should be less public. Should we
It
say?
seems to make sense. Yeah. The Albus don't really need the help, I don't think.
They've got a really good roster, and they are up 1-0 already on the road against us. So gonna be a rough one.
Not ideal. Yeah, I guess this Koufax guy is decent. I've heard.
Yeah, Koufax is a little better than what we've got, I'm afraid. So, all right, good. Where were we? Just had to make a couple of decisions for how we wanted to handle what will likely be Koufax in game 2. And I think
that means
I think the answer involves a certain amount of like prayer and meditation and all that good kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's always helpful. And also, game 2 means he's gonna get to start game 5 also. So, and look forward to that.
If he's gonna start game 5, that means there's a game 5.
Fair point.
We got to get ourselves to a game 5 before he gets to start game 5. Anyway, right. So we're looking at something like this. Otani's probably no better than our 4th starter even here.
Yeah, I think Otani's probably the 5th starter with these 5. With Valdez, maybe he's the 4th, but still the stamina I think needs you want Valdez to go. And also, whenever Shohei pitches, it costs him some stamina on the batting side as well.
It's a fair point. Yeah, maybe this is even the better combination.
So yeah, I think that's the way to go probably.
Okay. So maybe let's start to build a little of the rest of a roster and talk about some options. So first off, catcher.
Actually, while on the pitching, Cavicom has a question. How important are individual pitch ratings in your model? I don't do anything with them. You probably could reverse engineer stuff from them, but I haven't figured out how to do that, so I ignore them.
Yeah, I find that they're only important when you're trying to figure out how to convert a star to the bullpen.
Yeah, that's about it. But even that is a bit. It doesn't seem to be consistent
in
always.
1 or 2 cases where it used to be doable, convert a reliever to be a starter. But there don't seem to be as many of those this year.
Yeah, I mean there were. I think in previous versions, I don't know if this is the pitcher web anymore. Some reports that knuckleballers function differently than other pitchers in terms of their ability to, influence batted balls.
Yeah, but now that there's a pitcher BABIP rating, I would assume that that's just kind of.
Yeah, I would think. I don't even know if it was true necessarily ever, but I would think it's probably not true anymore. Though I haven't done any digging into it at all.
So, all right. So let's see. So catchers. Are we going to pay up for a catcher here?
So, catcher's an interesting one. So, I mean, I'll just say this to start out. I have Adley Rutschman as the best catcher by quite a lot.
Yeah, I have Adley Rutschman, big gap. Sean Murphy, another big gap. And then Will Smith, and actually another moderate size gap.
Yeah, I have pretty similar. But Rutschman to Murphy, a really big gap, like a full win, basically.
Yeah. However, my number 4 catcher is Roberto Perez, who's really cheap.
Okay, I don't have them up. Number 4, I have Realmuto, but I have Perez and Zunino up fairly high, sort of behind.
Yeah, it comes down to kind of how much you're weighting catcher defense, which is always like one of these dark art kind of things.
Yep. But in any case, I mean, I think this is a position where, especially because catchers don't play as much, where punting is, we need to figure out some place to punt, and this is a pretty good place to punt.
I think so. I think I do have Rutschman as being by far the best catching option, but I think the other thing to remember about catchers is your starting catchers only playing 2/3 of your games.
Right.
So you're kind of getting 2/3 the value. So I think let's just go Zunino Perez.
Yeah, I think Zunino
Uh,
Perez is a
and
good option
remember,
here.
since I was making this mistake last time, Roberto Perez is the Perez you want.
Yes. Not Michael. Michael
It
is
is the,
less
the
good.
the 45 overall Perez, not the 44 overall Perez. Uh, and probably we're going to end up platooning them. So they're both a little better versus lefties.
Yeah.
Um,
So I mean, generally when I do the Zunino Perez, I do Zunino versus righties and Perez versus lefties.
really? Okay. I've actually been doing the opposite.
I think that's what I do. My
Just because I've found it's kind
tracker.
of nice to platoon them to keep people a bit fresh.
Well, I think you should definitely platoon them. Yeah. It's,
And
which way you should platoon them,
then
I guess.
they're both a little better versus lefties, but I feel like I want Perez starting more often.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, if you're just saying Perez is good. I mean, I do have Perez better both ways. Just looking at
Yeah,
which.
but I think you could
Oh, I guess
argue for
basically
either
your
one.
argument is that even though Perez is a bit better, Perez is less better versus righties than Zunino. The gap between Perez and Zunino is smaller versus righties and lefties,
But they're more
but you get more
righties, and
righties.
so I was thinking that works better, but I'm not sure I'm right about that.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have them a lot closer versus righties. I mean, I still Perez a little better, but
All right. And oh, I think we should also put let's just put like some marking. Which are the cards we really think are very important for this format? I think Mackenzie
uh,
is maybe one that we think is very
yeah,
important, and I think Zunino
um,
and Perez are also pretty important.
yeah, Zunino Perez. I mean, I think you can play Rutschman probably, but then you have to find another place to punt, and it's a lot harder, I think, at other positions to figure out where to punt.
Yeah, so I think the ones with the asterisks are the ones that we think
I guess
you really
Gallon maybe also.
probably wanted. Yeah, Gallon's also actually I think pretty important for the format.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um, Degrom, I think Degrom is also very good. You probably play that Degrom because he's expensive too.
He's good, but I think you could like work around him if you didn't have him.
Yeah, you probably could.
Like DeGrom is an efficient 100, but if you play Framber and Arias, then you're also getting two efficient cards, and so that's probably fine because you'll use the points elsewhere.
Yeah, it's probably fine.
Um,
I do think you should play Degrom if you have him, but you don't. Yeah.
yeah, I think that's about right. All right, how about first base? So here's something where you know how much we like our big bats. What kind of big bat are you looking at here?
I want Freeman. I have Freeman as the best first baseman by quite a lot.
I have him by at least a moderate amount, in part because he also has a pretty good glove.
Yeah. Um, I mean, I think if I'm not going to play Freeman, I don't know how much I want to pay for the high diamonds. Um,
Yeah, so
like
Freeman, go ahead.
the high diamonds are kind of Goldschmidt or Yandy Diaz or someone like that. Um, but those cards are also hit lefties really well, and there aren't as many in this format. So yeah, I think Joey Gallo, if you don't play Freeman, is probably a pretty decent option.
Yeah, you could go with like
Um,
there's this Matt Olson is an option where again you're getting a little bit of a glove also, and it's a pretty good shape. Um,
yeah, I mean, I don't think Olsen's bad. I just feel like 8 points. It feels like a pretty big upgrade to Freeman. Um, and so if I don't have Freeman, I don't know that I'm willing to just kind of go for a card that is to my mind, much less efficient than Freeman, and then I just kind of say, okay, I don't have the card. I'll just punt this one
so
and play
well, we can
someplace where I
talk
do have the
about
card.
Gallo. So I think Gallo is so efficient that we definitely want him somewhere. And the question is more: do you want him at first or do you want him at a corner outfield?
Right. I mean, I think Gallup is a bit tricky, as we'll get to in a bit. He's a very efficient card, but the positions he plays have either sort of very good hundreds or very efficient cards at other overalls as well.
Yeah,
And you can't play him at DH because we're playing with Tani.
right.
If he could play third like the historical Gallo, I think this would be really kind of a must-have card to play third.
Yeah, he's qualified to appear but untrained.
Right.
Technically, you can stick him at second as well.
That seems dangerous.
Well, he's got 31 range.
Yeah, that'll do well. I'm sure that'll be great. 29 turn double play.
Yeah. Okay, so he's probably not a second baseman.
Yeah.
So I think we definitely want him somewhere on the roster. I think this is kind of an important card to use someplace. Another card I'll just mention because it is a pretty right-handed meta. Tristan Casas is also pretty efficient here. If you kind of want another card of this shape, but one that has a little bit more well-rounded bat.
Yeah, I have Gallo above him, so I think I don't think I'm ever that interested in Casas.
All right, I think I'm fine trying to punt. Should we punt and go with Gallo?
I think this is
Mark in Mississippi. Yeah, definitely Gallo's going to be your best bat at second. The problem is that he's going to play second like he's kind of nailed to the ground.
Oh no, Judge is third. I'm sorry, Judge is able to play third, not second. So he might be the best bat.
Yeah. All right, let's try running Gallo at first with this build. I think
I think at first base you sort of want either Freeman or Gallo for this.
I'm fine with that.
I'm not so interested in any of the other cards.
And I think Gallo probably does get the same really an efficient card that you want somewhere on your roster.
So
I'm not sure
I will say I'm actually not playing him, which I know sounds a bit weird. And just the problem is that we'll talk about left field. That's the place I would play him if I was going to play him. Someplace I really want Freeman at first. I think Freeman is just sort of the best hitter versus righties, and there's a lot of righties.
Yeah.
In right field, we have Judge, so that position Gallo can't play. Gallo's not playing center field, so it's really first base or left field.
Or DH.
And I guess we can talk about left field. Well, you can't play him DH because you have Ohtani.
That's a good point.
So it's really left field, and so I guess we can talk about in left field. But I've chosen a different card instead, which I guess we'll see what you think about.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I have Friedman as only the fifth best bat against righties.
Okay, yeah, I have him first.
So
pretty comfortably first.
Yeah, well, we can come back and talk about some of the others, but the only other one that could possibly play first base would be Yordan Alvarez, and he's more of a DH.
Yeah, I think he is like no first base, right? It's very bad.
I think if you run him, you'd have to run him at DH probably.
Yeah, which you can't do again because Ohtani.
Yeah, that's part of the Ohtani decision, I guess, is kind of that we're committed not to running a full-time DH.
Yeah.
I also don't think it's crazy to run a card like Gallo as a multi-position backup. Your backups do play in a format like this, and if he's your primary backup at three positions, even if one of them's first base and another's left field, he's still probably playing, 60% of your games?
I guess it depends how much you think you can, if he's going to be playing like backing up three positions or two, only
I think
positions.
Because it's first and left, he can back up three and maybe even 3.5. I think you could maybe even have him back up DH also, for the
probably
one game every 2 weeks that you need a backup DH.
That might actually be a change I should make to my roster because I think it's shortstop I've made a potentially bad decision. So maybe I'll change some stuff up.
All right. So second base, the top second baseman in my model is Altuve. However, I've got Ryan McMahon as really close, and McMahon's 18 points cheaper.
So I have Wander Franco first.
I've got him in the same tier with McMahon. Here, let's pull up some of these cards. So
yeah, I don't have anyone particularly close to Franco.
Here's the Altuve. The bat, you kind of see it's a pretty flat bat. A little better versus lefties. 63 range is just not a great defensive second baseman.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's not a lot of defenders at these high diamonds. So it's not the worst, but
Yeah, so Franco gives you 72 range, but also just overall a much better glove, and I think that's probably where you're thinking about running him at second, because 72 range isn't what you want from shortstop at this point.
yeah, no, I don't think you can play him at shortstop. Um, I mean, you can back up shortstop, I guess, but I don't think you can play shortstop
Yeah,
full time.
that makes sense. Um, there are a
We can even
couple
have
other.
Gallo back up second.
Technically, you can have Gallo back up second. Um, you know, I mean, we were running Edward Julian as a second baseman in silver once, right? Uh,
Yeah,
I think I didn't do that
sure.
twice. I think I did that once, and I think I very much didn't do that twice.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like going to work out too well. But who
So
knows?
Franco, you're getting worse bat than Altuve, but you're liking the glove a lot better, I guess.
I actually don't know that I even have their bats all that different. Let me just double check
I'm
here.
surprised. Here, I'll pull up the comparison. So here's the
But I think it's
compare.
also,
Yeah,
um, you know, something of a lefty righty split situation.
yeah,
Um,
that's true because Franco is going to do a little bit better against
yeah,
righties, and your
I
argument's very righty heavy.
yeah I have Altuve better against lefties, but I just there's not. I mean, I guess Rios and Valdez and Rodon are lefties, but there's a lot of righties.
Yeah. The
Uh,
other one I want to
and
put in a plug for, by the way, is Ha-Sung Kim, where you're just getting a much better glove is the idea if you don't kind of like any of the bats.
um, yeah, I mean, I think if I was gonna go for um, that, I think this bronze Ryan Freidler probably where I would look at.
Does Kreidler? I thought. Let me check Kreidler. I thought the defense wasn't is good there, but maybe is he? Is it just a training thing? Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
it's a training thing. Yeah, then I think that would be probably the one to go with. Biggio also, you know, is kind of a decent bronze option, I guess.
yeah, I mean, video is very splitty, but he's splitty the way that I think you want to be splitty in this format. But the defense is kind of bad at second.
And then I wanted to point out this Ryan McMahon also, where the idea with McMahon is exactly this. Let's try to play against righties, where he starts to look a lot better.
Yeah, I don't have McMahon up all that high. Um, actually, another card it's sort of pointing out that maybe is interesting is Gabriel Arias, not Urias. Another partially trained player, but has the 83 range at second.
Where is he? Here he is.
Actually, Ezekiel Tovar also has 82 range, but
Yeah,
very
so
low eye.
the bat's not going to be good here for Arias, but
Right. But the glove is very nice.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, in fact, if I just let's say I just sort second baseman by range and see what we come up with. Okay, so there's
It's going to be
Jeremy
probably some
Pena, but
iron.
there's kind of no bat.
I don't. Opina can play second. Has he played? That seems strange. Okay, whatever.
Pena, yeah, Pena
Uh,
can play second. I mean, plays
yeah,
second
I
really
don't.
well defensively. It's just I hate the bat.
Yeah, I don't remember ever playing second in major leagues, but maybe he has.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not sure. So I think this is actually a good thing to kind of show everyone that this is part of why this is not a hard format to build for. Is we've probably talked about 10 players as different plausible options.
Right. That have a combined L10 of like 10K.
Yeah. So
Um,
there's not kind of
so
a really clear you must run this card sort of option.
yeah, absolutely.
What do we want to try actually running here?
I mean, we punted one position and sort of semi-punted a second position, so we probably can afford to pay for someone here if we want to.
We can, I think, yeah.
Um, I
I
mean,
still,
I would go for Franco, but
on the other hand, I mean, my problem is I just don't like these low I bats. I think that's just going to be too inefficient. So
Yeah, it's possible.
I'd rather not pay
Um,
up for Franco, especially because I want your starters out of the game as quickly as possible. So I
yeah,
want
fair enough.
guys that walk a lot and maybe even strike out a lot. Just make you throw a lot of pitches.
Oh, there's actually, hold on. There's another card we didn't mention, which I think has I. Did I? No, not really. Never mind.
Brandon Lau has a little bit of eye as well.
Uh, yeah, I think that one has gotten a lot worse than these reads, and he's very splitty too.
Yeah, the
And defense is
defense
not
is
great.
not what you
I'm
want.
not. Yeah, I don't love that card.
Um, no, that's where I sort of ended up with McMahon. Was he has some eye, he has some power, he has some defense, but I'm down to 80 overall.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm tending to not. I'm all right with a little less eye in this kind of thing. If I'm getting other stuff, but maybe that's better to cut a
That
lot.
is clearly heresy on this stream.
Clearly,
um, let's see. I guess Lau also has some power. So Lau is basically all bad at this point after the re-rates. Is that right? Because the glove's not
yeah. The
there.
glove is very bad, but he's
The
also,
glove's awful, but he actually has 92 power versus righties and 70 I.
yeah. I think this glove is kind of a little too bad, but um, I don't know.
All right, we should make a decision. Chat, what do you think? Which one should we try? I think we got a lot of options, and probably we talked about 10 different ones that are viable. So if you don't own all of them, no problem, because clearly any of these really are viable.
Yes. Oh, there's also Oswald Peraza, which we did mention, another kind of defensive heavy player.
Yeah. So what do we think?
Um,
So it sounds like our options are we can kind of go pay up a little bit for Franco or even Altuve. So Altuve probably still is the best bad option, but he splits the wrong way.
yeah. This glove is also not great.
So we can pay up for Franco. We can kind of go glove, and we felt the best glove option. What was actually going down to bronze for Kreidler, maybe?
Yeah, or one of those kind of flat 83 range silvers, Peraza or Tovar
Or
Arias.
Arias, yeah. Or we can go with kind of what my model's giving, which is that McMahon is just a little bit, the right combination of all of these versus righties, even though he's not quite, good at any one of them individually.
Yeah. Well, okay, so we could punt second base with one of these super defense irons, but we've already sort of punted 1.5 positions. Um,
Let's at least talk
so
about. Let's at least talk about it. So
we could do
if
it.
you were going to punt, then what are our punting options? So there's Nicky Lopez, where you're getting 90 range, and just not much of a bat. Whoops, sorry, wrong one. There's
Okay, we do have Kreidler as kind of a semi punt.
there's Nick Allen. Probably that's even worse than Lopez, I would guess, in combination.
Yes, probably. I mean, I
Perdomo, maybe Perdomo, because you at least
yeah,
have the eye. Maybe
I
Perdomo
think
is the
Perdomo
best
is the
punt
one I'm most
option.
interested in. Yeah, I think Perdomo is the one I want to. If we're gonna punt, is the one I would go for.
I'm seeing a vote for for Joey Gallo at second base.
Well, it's certainly adventurous.
um, well, we said punt, not boot the ball. uh, yeah, so maybe Perdomo, but I think if we were going to do that, it probably is worth paying up a little bit to go with Kreidler, if that were the plan.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with playing Kreidler. And then that's sort of a second semi punt. So now we sort of punted our two positions. We needed to find, I guess, probably 3 or 4. So we're on the way.
All right, let's try it. Let's go defense. I feel like going defense is a good plan So Mark points out he won't boot it because he'll never get there, but the ball might be hit right at him.
I think he actually has some error. It's just really the range and turn double play.
I thought he had no range and no error, and he had all arm or something.
It's a lot of arm, which is, of course, exactly what you want at second base.
Yes. Yeah. All right. I think we can try Kreidler. All right, third base. So I think the top third base options probably Arenado, but I don't have him. But I have it as close, and I have Chapman as very, very close. I have Jose Ramirez as very, very close. And this is also the position I prefer playing Wander if we wanted to play him.
Yeah, I like Wander at this position too. So I mean, I've got a couple other cards. I guess I would name up there.
Well, the most efficient I have is Gunner, actually, where you're only paying 75.
Yes. Gunner, I think, is very good. The other cards that I sort of have, I don't have Gunner in the top two. The other cards I have in the top tier, I guess, would be Yandy Diaz.
I've got him.
Really more of a
first
first baseman.
Yeah.
But again, I don't really care about third base defense, so I'm happy to do that. I have Aaron Judge as the top option at third.
That's true. Aaron Judge is eligible to play third base.
Yeah, the other card which I think is interesting to talk about here is Luis Arraez.
Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, hold on. While you're talking about Arraez, I should just quickly do a little bit of microing while we're.
Arraez is sort of a very different card from how any of the other lives look. I mean, he has 96 BABIP, which is the most by a far. A lot of avoid Ks, not a lot of I and no power.
Yes.
So it's a card that is very different from any other card that you'd be considering. I think if you're going to play him third base is the place to do it. The defense is not great, but I don't really care about third base defense, so I'm happy to play him there.
I can see that working.
I think it is a decent option. We have seen some of these live pitchers that don't have a lot of PBABIP. We have some that do, but a lot of them have kind of in the 60s or 70s. And Arraez will probably hit those guys pretty well. So it's definitely an interesting option.
Yeah, that's a fair point. All right, I think I got my game 3 decisions made. Sorry about that. Just the usual. It's a little bit tricky when you're trying to go with a rotation that's maybe one or two players shorter than it should be.
Yeah.
We've been making some interesting decisions, but now we got to go play in their park. Fortunately, we don't have to play Koufax in Game 3 or Game 4.
There you go. Got him out of the way.
So we got that going for us.
Just get some other really good pitcher instead, but
I think Scherzer's scheduled. So
okay, yeah, that's another solid one.
I mean, Scherzer's good, but I am more scared of Koufax than Scherzer.
Yes, even in your park, the Koufax is very scary.
Yes. Yeah, I think we only managed 5 hits against Koufax, but it was enough. So,
yeah. It's a good card.
It is a good card, and if anyone wants to sell me one for, what have I got? 12K, but I think I could raise like at least 20 or 30K.
Wow, it's a big spender.
So if anyone wants to sell me a Koufax for 20 or 30K, I will use up everything I've got for it.
I'll also do that, I think. So one is interested.
Are you going to outbid me?
I could bid as high as 40K, I think. or a Griffey. I'd also pay 40K for a Griffey.
I did see there was someone in the main Discord, I think, that was offering to trade their Bancroft for a Griffey. I will trade. I've got an extra Bancroft, actually. So if anyone's looking for a Bancroft, I'm happy to sell one, but I will certainly trade one for a Griffey.
I suspect you would trade 2 Bancrofts for a Griffey.
I'd be tempted. I would be tempted. Trading rare second base Gallo for Kovacs. Okay, I will say if anyone's interested in trying the what would happen if you run Gallo at second and Judge at third, I would be really interested to see what happens. Like it might just work because in a cap tournament,
It
if you
might
get into
work.
people's bullpens, you can just win.
Okay, I'm a little tempted. I mean, Gallo, or not Gallo. Actually, that's sort of an interesting idea because I'm not playing Gallo. I could play Judge at third, play Gallo in right.
What if you play? Okay, so play Judge in third. Judge. Okay, is Judge at third or Gallo at third better? Because Gallo
Can
has
Gallo play
arm.
third?
He's
Okay, let me
zero
see.
rating but eligible.
Okay, I might actually
So
try
I
this.
think if
It's
you're
sort
gonna
of
do that,
interesting.
I think you're better off playing Gallo at third, maybe.
Okay, hold on. Let me check. All right, where's Gallo? 56,
Because
right?
Judge is actually a good defensive right fielder.
That's true.
You know
Oh
what?
boy, they are
I'm
both bad at
I'm
third.
I'm
Okay, I'm
getting
gonna
I'm
do it.
getting really tempted to
I'm gonna do it.
actually.
I'm gonna play Gallo at third in
All
this,
right, I was gonna
game
say
today.
actually I think you talked me into it. I think I'm playing Gallo at third also. Because I don't love any of these third base
No,
options.
I don't either. I mean, I had Gunnar Henderson in my lineup, but
So yeah, I no, I think Gunner is the most efficient that I see. So I was gonna probably go for Gunner, but you know, all right. How's this? You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna put up a poll.
okay. Judge is much worse at third. Judge has only 18 range and no arm.
All right.
I guess also at third, Gallo doesn't get to his turn double play isn't a problem.
Yeah, he's not gonna be the
Actually,
pivot for a
not.
turn double play.
It's not so crazy. It's really not. Then I can. Yeah, this actually helps out everything. This fixes all my problems.
Well, all right. We're gonna put up a poll, and we'll see what we'll see what chat thinks. Whether we should play Joey Gallo at third.
Oh, I guess who's playing at first then? Because this roster actually is playing Gallo at first. Because I'm playing Freeman.
We can find we can find someone else to play. First base is easy, right? Anyone can play first
Sure,
base.
anyone can play first.
That's what I learned from Moneyball.
Yeah, it's the big takeaway. I've also learned that drafting three really good starting pitchers at the same time is good. They don't seem to mention that, but it helped them a bit.
It did, yeah. Um, but we'll let chat tell us whether we should play Joey Gallo at third. So we've got a poll up if anyone wants to take a shot at it. Um, all right, so let's decide we're playing. If we're playing Gallo at third, let's go on, or let's go
I
back to
also like
first base then.
I also like the idea that if we convince a bunch of people to play Gallo at third, that the overall defensive,
Yeah, it
level at third will
helps
come
all of
down,
us. Yeah,
and that'll help them out. Yeah. So the more of us that play him, we can help each other out.
yeah. All right, hold on. I'm just moving Gallo from first to third here. Yeah. All right. So what first baseman are we running? Hey, you could run Rutschman at first. You'd run Adley at first, and then everybody's.
I mean, I think I'd want Freeman, but if you don't have him,
I don't have him. All right. You know what? We do like our big bats.
actually we could play a Rise at first.
I was gonna say, do you just run Pete Alonso?
Could play Alonso. He's the wrong split though. That's
He
the problem.
is. He is. Yeah. If he split the other way, because we like our big bats.
I mean, Yandy Diaz is an interesting card. He's no splits and a ton of eye and pretty good defense. Oh, he actually did no splits. Yes, bigger splits. Maybe I remember against some
I
previous
think. I
versions.
think.
Yes,
So I've
bigger
got
splits.
Olson. If we're gonna run someone specifically like versus righties, I've got Olson as next behind Freddie Freeman.
I have a Rise then Olsen.
I mean, Freddie Freeman. You know what? Should I just buy Freddie Freeman? Is that the answer?
I mean, that's what I would run.
All right. Let me just buy Freddie Freeman.
You could probably resell him immediately after.
We'll buy Freddie Freeman.
Yeah, if you just quick sell him right after the tournament's done, it cost you 2K. That seems worth it.
Well, no, it's just live spec. I'm waiting for him to
Right.
go up to. Hey, what's
Up
that
to
over
a
there?
97. Yeah, I'm sure he'll gain some ratings.
No, but I
That
think
doesn't
part of
really
the
do that.
answer is actually that Freeman is sort of an important card for this format. So we decided he's
Yeah, I
worth
think
paying up
Freeman is
for.
very good.
All right, shortstop. So we need a shortstop that can also cover third base, ideally. Yeah, technically Mookie plays short.
Yeah, doesn't play third though. I guess he's qualified to appear, so could do that too.
So's Gallo.
Yeah. So I mean, actually, I have Correa as kind of the
I was
best
gonna say
shortstop.
I have Correa also as the best, followed by Dansby Swanson, but there's a little bit of a gap then.
Yep, I've got the same thing.
Okay, and we've got the points, so maybe the answer is just run Correa.
Yeah, I think it's Correa. I guess the other option which I would mention is that if this is the place where you want to punt, I think Nick Ahmed is a pretty good punt here.
He's a good punt, but I think we actually probably have some room, don't we?
Yeah, we do. Oh, it doesn't look like you own.
Oh, I
you
may
own
not own
Correa.
Correa. All right, well,
That one should be pretty cheap.
Correa should be pretty cheap. Now watch chat have raced and bought every single Correa on the market.
There are currently 12 listed at 4,500, so that'd be tough.
It's live spec. Correa's gonna actually might go to gold.
Yeah, I think he's been injured also, right, for some time. Michigan, curious if you can put together a team with all zeros. Well, that could be fun. Play everyone.
That would be fun to do a theme team.
Yeah, Gallo's second.
Actually, I think Mr. Audit's got a theme team like that. All right, yeah, Mr. Audit, I saw you were in the chat. I think you should run your theme team in this live, but with your theme.
That's a really great idea. Yeah, play everyone in the position where they're qualified to appear but not trained.
Yes, I think that would be. I think that's the thing to try. Catcher, you might need to play like Schwarber or somebody.
No, we can. There's Carlos Santana. Carlos Santana is actually
exactly.
the worst
I think you could
catcher in the
actually put together a competitive team there. Like you put Judge at third, you put Gallo at second. You're going to have big bats.
Yeah,
Mr. Audit, if you've got a slot, I would love to see you take a shot at this.
Yeah, that sounds phenomenal.
And we are absolutely rooting for you. You know who plays short? I'll tell you who plays short. Where was it? He's not even listed as a shortstop. Here he is. Here's your shortstop.
Oh yes. Oh, he is training though. I don't know. He might be too good.
Well, he has training, but I think Mookie Betts at shortstop is your answer.
Let's do another.
By the way, I guarantee if we draw Mr. Audit's team in round 1, he's beating us.
Absolutely.
No question. Absolutely no question, that if we do this, Mr. Audit is also beating us.
Oh, hold on. Freddie Freeman, I think, is eligible to play shortstop.
Is it?
Yes, Freddie Freeman is qualified to learn shortstop.
Well, there you go.
And Arenado, actually.
Oh, by the way, are people getting drops? I was just noticing I wasn't getting them and trying to figure out if I did think because I just should have been getting them.
I got one, I think.
Okay, I'll figure it out. Anyway, yeah.
Yes, I got 4 actually.
All right, I probably just. I'm just looking at
Maybe you have the
46 range. Well, he's certainly not a pitcher.
No. I have to say I was the new Chris Davis we got a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Does not have pitching ratings. Chris Davis has a major league win.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So
was that the game? The Sox and Orioles both brought in position players in extra innings.
Yes. And the Red Sox one gave up a home run, and Chris Davis threw 2 shutout innings, which was just phenomenal.
That's yeah. Well, he was well rested, you know.
He was very well rested. Yeah, I think he struck out Adrian Gonzalez too, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I remember something I should show on stream at some point is we're playing with the StatCast data and doing like a bit of ML on it. And one of the things we found is we were able to successfully identify the worst pitchers in baseball very clearly, and it was just all the position players.
That's not shocking. And then Jose Urena, who's basically a position player.
Yeah. At some point, I've got to try to convince everyone that Adrian Morejon is a great player, but that's for another
He was a
stream.
really good prospect, I think. But then he sort of
Yeah, all of our like ML stuff really likes him. So I have
yeah,
to
I
figure
remember
out
him
why.
as being a pretty well thought of prospect. But I guess maybe it's just some kind of like command thing that he's really struggling with. 'Cause it looks like he's just giving up a ton of homers.
Yeah, well, let's yeah. So this is probably something for another stream because it's a longer discussion. But
Yeah.
I do want to actually do that stream because I think it would be fun. Uh, so all right, so we are. What did we decide to run it short again?
Correa, I think, right?
Okay, and do you remember he's 97? Is he?
94, I think it's
94.
94.
He's down to 94. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, outfield, where we actually have some legitimately good options. So for me, the best bat in the game against righties, you know how much I like so it's just Juan Soto.
I do like Juan Soto as a bat very much. I do not like Juan Soto's glove.
The glove's not good. Actually, the glove isn't even not good. It's probably a bit worse than that.
Yeah. So, I mean, I have Soto, I think, as the second best hitter versus righty. Yeah. But I don't have him as the best left fielder versus righties. I have Brandon Nimmo there.
I've got Nimmo third. I've also got Mookie a little bit ahead of Soto in left.
Versus righties?
Even versus righties, yeah. I mean,
Well, that's
better two-way, but part of it's
yeah. I mean, I just
yeah.
Nimmo was the best two-way, the best versus right.
Because Betts' glove is actually pretty good in left.
Yeah, Betts does have a good glove. But I guess I just don't have it.
I do also like Nimmo a lot. I think I might like Nimmo even better in center if you had to put him somewhere, but of course there are other center field options.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I think if you're not playing the other center field option, then Nimmo's pretty good center field choice.
I'm still thinking go for the bat though.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that. I think probably if if you're not running Ohtani, then Soto at DH is the way to go.
Yeah, I think Soto is a pretty important card just to get the bat somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not playing Soto. I'm not playing Soto. I'm playing Nimmo instead. I can't play Soto at DH because I have Ohtani. So
yeah, I really like Nimmo.
Yeah.
I think Nimmo is more efficient. It's just I feel like like on a Warbot stream when you see a guy with 124 I.
You have to play him somewhere.
He's got to play somewhere, right?
He does have a lot of eyes.
He gets on base.
He does get on base.
I think the model I've got. Okay, that's actually crazy. But like running a quick model, I have him hitting something like 230, but then 440 OBP.
That's a lot, yeah. That's a lot of on base percentage. I mean, I guess I can check quickly how many. I don't think he's going to get. See.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Soto can play center for Mr. Audit.
Oh, nice. That's a good one. He'll hit. He'll be the best hitter in center field.
Absolutely. No, Mr. Audit's actually going to just like beat up on everybody's bullpen. He's going to win like 15 to 10 games, but he's going to have a bullpen that can deal with it. And all right, center.
Goldschmidt can play shortstop. Excellent.
Wonderful.
Can we find someone who throws left-handed who can play second, third, or first?
Mr. Audit, I definitely want to. I want to ask you to post your roster somewhere when we get done with this. If we had a bounty in this tournament I think Mr. Audit definitely should be the bounty, and he's
Yeah,
probably going to knock out. He's
absolutely,
probably going to knock out like several teams.
absolutely. Oh yeah, I mean some teams that he'll just out hit them.
Yeah, because it's a
It's
cap tournament, so if you just get into the pen, it totally can happen. Like no question.
yeah, for sure.
So, all right. So center field, I definitely have Trout as best. I also have Nimmo
Yep,
as
I do
playable
too.
here. I
Yeah, I
don't think
think
we'd overthink it though. I think we just run Trout in center and Judge in right, and like they're by far the best options, right?
yep, I think that's pretty much it. They're just the best, so we play them.
Um,
Pretty straightforward decision there.
and I think they both get the like. Well, Judge definitely does. Maybe
Judge
probably
definitely. I
Trout
think
also.
you can probably get away without Trout,
I think that's right.
but
Yeah, like
I
And
wouldn't want to.
Nimmo. I do think Nimmo's good to the point that when we start talking about like building a bench, we should talk about him.
I mean, I don't know that we're going to be able to fit him. We have
Well,
only
let's see.
49
Oh, we have
points.
49 points. All
But
right. So what have we got right now? Let me just start with a quick auto set to see where we're at. So right now, it actually put everyone in the correct place because we set their things. That's a good sign. So we have 49 points. The main thing is we have no bullpen right now.
okay.
Right?
Yeah, so I mean, this is we have to sort of decide how much punting we want to do here
But
on the bullpen on the.
speaking of punting, I should probably go decide whether I'm punting a game while we're doing this. But why don't you start to talk through your bullpen thoughts while we're doing this, maybe?
Yeah.
Like, how do you think about building a bullpen for one of these caps?
So it's interesting. So we have 49 points. I think generally with this many points, I would rather run kind of two middling relievers than one really good one. With fewer points, if we had to say 25 points left, I might want to run one good one instead of two middling ones.
Right.
But especially with our pitchers having relatively low stamina, it's probably not bad to have two bullpen arms that are we're okay putting in the game. So I mean, I guess to me, by far the most efficient pitcher for this live cap is Carl Edwards, who is a 59, so he'll cost us 19 of our points. We can still afford some other, iron or even bronze pitcher if we want to, and then get some kind of Brandon Phillips as a backup or whatever.
Right.
So that's probably where I would be looking at for this. I mean, Edwards has a very low stamina, but he's a reliever, so it's probably all right.
Makes sense. All right. I think I got my decisions made. I'll go back and switch the must-win game 4 coming up. So
All right.
not
Good luck.
not looking wonderful, but unfortunately the Tito Albas have a really good team. So
Yes, we do have a good team.
but I think we're
My suggestion is
what?
next week play someone else.
Yeah, well, we played them last week too, and they also beat us last week. So,
Yeah, it's a good team.
got to convince them to beat up on somebody different this week.
Yeah.
It's all right. We're not quite dead yet. The good news is, having gotten through their Koufax and their Scherzer and their Randy, now we just have to deal with Maddox.
Yeah, no problem. Easy.
All right. So on the reliever side, so I think one thing that makes the relievers a little bit tough for me is I do actually have the gap between Clase and a lot of the other options is pretty big.
Oh yeah, Clase is very good, but I don't know that we can even fit him at the moment. I mean,
Well,
he's
we
so
can
expensive.
fit him if we basically go min everything else. So part of the question is, are
No,
we?
we need 10 more points, right? We need
No,
57 for him.
40. Yeah, because 97 is 57 more than 40,
Right.
isn't it?
This is if we're gonna do that, I think what I would do is play Ama instead of Correa.
Yeah. Okay.
Um, and then we could put Classe in and Edwards and get a more real bench.
Right.
But we're kind of we're kind of coming down to some kind of, I guess, strategy decision where we have to decide whether our goal is to try to beat teams very quickly so we don't have to play our bullpen and bench, or to win a lot of long series.
Right. So I always think winning long series is better because I think it's almost impossible to win 7 straight series without playing a couple long series back to back.
It is definitely hard. I mean, it does. It happens sometimes. And sometimes your 40s just pitch really well, and then it's great.
Yeah, I mean that can happen too.
But
But I think in general, I mean one way to say it is, look, it does depend a little bit on the win rate you're going for. But if you're kind of putting yourself in a situation where your only win condition is having basically a perfect trip through everything, um, it's very difficult to win more than like 1 in 100 weeklies. Whereas I
I
feel
think it
like the
depends
highest win
on.
rate, whereas the highest win rates I've seen are closer to 3%.
Yeah, I think it depends on format a bit. I think some formats, they're kind of just trying to steamroll people, is actually pretty reasonable. Um, and this one might actually be one of them, because there are so many low stamina pitchers that if you can knock out people's pitchers quickly and get to their bullpen, you might just kind of run them over in
This is
four
this
games
is
before.
this is why I think Mr. Audit's winning this tournament.
Yeah.
Um, but I think basically your odds of managing to win 7 rounds without playing a long series are so low that I think if your goal is to be winning weeklies, more than 1 out of 128 times, basically, I think you have to have a team that you feel can play a long series.
Yeah, which I mean, you can definitely do even with punting, full punting, bullpen and bench, because you may run another team that's doing that,
Yeah.
or the team with the real bench and bullpen. You might beat them in the first couple games, and lose the next few games when your players are tired, and then beat them at the end of the series. So, I don't know that every format is like, okay, I need to find a bench, I need to find a bullpen. No, I don't think. I think that punting substantial parts of the bench and bullpen is pretty decent thing to do in a lot of formats.
I think you need to find something you're okay with in a long series. Even if that means just, being willing to pay a few points up instead of just get 40s kind of thing. I think that's often really valuable.
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, this thing in particular, I'm sort of not really doing that. I just kind of punting. I mean, I have one bullpen arm.
Yeah, I think I'm going to argue pretty strongly for a semi-real bench if we can get one too. I don't know
Yeah, I
quite
mean,
how I'm going to get there, but
I think if we want to do that, we need to play Ama instead of Correa. It doesn't feel like the points are there without doing that.
okay. Well, let's start with the reliever. Hey, we do get drops. Okay. I think Edwards is at least efficient enough that I'm happy trying that.
Yeah, I mean, I have Edwards. Actually, I played Edwards in open iron, so
Yeah, I think he's very playable.
yeah, it's a very good reliever.
Okay, so let's say we're gonna look at running Edwards. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's suppose that's the plan. And
So
after
now we're
this, I
done.
should check back what we did. I think I've gone with a 2-man rotation in the playoffs in the end.
Okay.
Does that sound
That's
completely stupid?
No, not completely stupid. It's probably not what I would do, but
Yeah, so we may be starting our game 2 starter again in game 4, but you know.
yeah. I mean, I think 3 works certainly in the playoffs.
I'm going to claim it was a misclick.
Okay.
And I'm really going to claim it was a misclick when we get blown out. Uh,
Good results
so
oriented.
yeah. So let's talk a little bit about some other options. So Edwards is very efficient, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Um, so maybe another way to think about it, let's just talk about some of these irons and ask, let's say we're willing to pay up a little bit for irons. Who are your most efficient, at any level, just kind of iron live cards where we want to think about carving out a few points for them? And I've got one at the top of my list, but maybe I can let you go first and I'll see if it's the same as the top of your list.
Well,
Because I've
Edwards would
got
be
a
the
pretty
first
clear
one.
one.
Edwards would be the first one for me. You know, I guess Erasmo Ramirez I kind of like as a 44.
I see. So
Um,
for me, that's actually a position player at the top of my efficiency list, I think.
Position player.
Yeah, but maybe okay. That's interesting that we
I don't
come
have
out
any
to very
position
different
players
things.
anywhere.
Um,
Oh, in terms of pitching, you mean, or in terms of bench?
no, no, Ben. I just meant like what iron cards we want
Oh,
to
oh, oh!
reserve
I thought you meant
points
just.
for.
I thought you meant just pitchers. Oh no, it's probably Brett Phillips
Yeah, I
then.
was gonna say I've got Phillips pretty clearly at the top. So
Yeah,
I think I definitely want to find 9 points for Phillips, and I think that's just a three position bench backup. I just want him on the roster, right?
yeah, I like Phillips.
So I think
Um,
Phillips is kind of, I think he's actually probably in the very efficient,
yeah, Phillips is a very good card.
and he also plays OOTP, right?
Yeah, I think he was on some stream at some point, like a while back.
Yeah. So
Um,
just another reason to kind of go for Phillips. He's got an excellent card. Uh, you know, we'll have to ask him if he comes on the stream next time. If he would run Brett Phillips in a roster like this, but.
why not? He's been good all year, really. I mean, he hasn't changed much in the updates, so. And
Yeah, I think
so
it's kind of been nice that he's always been eligible for low iron because it's been in
yeah,
really good shape.
yeah.
So I think just think about who we definitely want room for. I think we definitely want room for Phillips. Nick Ahmed is also a really good, efficient option, but he is expensive.
Well, the thing is also that he plays one position, our shortstop plays one position. So that it feels like if we're running both him and Correa, it's going to be too much.
Yeah, the other one I really like Taylor Motter as a multi-position guy, but he's going to cost us
Yeah,
18 points.
I like Motter also. I think I'd probably save some points and play Perdomo
You could go
as an
Perdomo,
infield backup.
or you could even go to Nicky Lopez. I guess that's only two positions, I think now.
Uh, I don't remember, but I don't think you really want him playing third anyway. Oh, he does play third, but it's not where. That's not why you're putting him on the roster to play third. Judge can always back up third. It's fine.
Yeah, so Nicky Lopez, I think, is another solid defensive option. So if we just look at who are our, really high range, cheap options here, Nicky Lopez is probably at the top of the list. Nick Allen, really no bat, but would be up there.
Yeah, I think I like Lopez better than Allen.
I think I like Lopez as kind of our primary infield backup.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Save a couple points.
Let's do that. Go for a bit of defense. So yeah, and I think the fact that we're kind of paying up a little bit for a few of these, is actually worth it. That's not the way I spell Lopez. Let's try it that way. Okay. So 14 more points. Um, let's see, 14 more points, and
So,
we have to
I
get.
mean,
Go ahead.
I would probably just kind of try to find a bunch of good low irons here. Two or three low irons that I liked.
Yeah,
Relievers, and then have two more 40, multi-position 40 overalls as backup on the bench. And then fill the bullpen with 40s.
yeah. I think we have two solid, backup players just as far as the bench. So I'm okay spending most of the rest of what we have on pitching.
Yeah, I mean, this is also, we do have 4 points potentially from Arias to Valdez if we decide we want them.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think we've seen anything yet that like really looks like it's worthwhile. Um,
Probably not, but yeah,
so one question is, even if you went to mid iron, is there any pitcher that you like a lot? And there's one that I think is worth discussing, just because it's one of those interesting decisions about how you use it, and that's Tim Hill.
I do.
So,
I think I actually have Scott Alexander a bit above him, but they're kind of the same player.
so I'll just to kind of give people an idea of the discussion. Tim Hill against lefties is pretty much a gold level pitcher.
Yeah, he's an extremely
Um,
good pitcher for lefties.
the problem, of course, is that he's going to also face righties, and especially in a cap, you're going to have fewer options to hide him. If this is going to be one of your two like leverage situation pitchers, he's got to face righties as well. But he's really
Yeah, I
really
mean,
good against lefties.
yeah, I think Hill is a bit difficult to run in this format. Um, there are a number of left-handed hitters, but there's Judge and Trout in particular that really punish him pretty heavily. And if he's going to be kind of your high leverage reliever, you need him to face those guys at some point.
Yeah, I think the slightly less extreme version of that is this Brent Suter card.
I like Suter more than
Suter's
Hill.
splits are lower, and he's a few points cheaper. So maybe this is the
Yeah.
compromise: is run Suter,
Yeah. He also has 12 more stamina, which is not a
which
huge deal, but
no, but
it's not
it
nothing.
does matter when you're trying to fill out a bullpen.
Yes, I like Suter.
All right, so let's go with Suter, and then that's going to leave us with uh, 4 points.
Yep.
So I guess we can spend that all in one place if we want to.
Yeah, I think we can. Yeah, if we're gonna do 144, Erasmo Ramirez is the one I like the best.
Let me pull up the card. He doesn't actually appear that high on my lists. I'm trying to figure out the difference. Um, I mean, I can see why you like him. He's basically got control. He's got pitcher BABIP. Uh, you know, so he's at least going to kind of keep you in the game.
Yep, and again, it's a decent amount of stamina. The other 44s I have would be Ryan Sheriff and Tyler Holton, but I like those a little worse.
Yeah, I have Sheriff a little bit better than this.
Um, it's probably a righty lefty thing.
And
Is my guess.
let's see, Pedro Avila also I've got
Yeah,
possibly up
I
there
figured.
because I
Yeah.
think he'll convert okay. Here, I can show that card as well. Where's Avila? He doesn't convert quite as nicely as I would like because these pitches are pretty similar. But basically, because he's a starter with 37 stamina, you're sort of getting an efficient reliever because his overall is being punished for that lack of stamina.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I might even like him just because the lack of splits. I might even like him a little bit more than Sheriff.
Yeah, we could run him. I mean, I think it's also reasonable to play some 42, 41s, and then let fewer 40s.
Yeah, so
Um,
that's a good question. So what are the 40s that we like best here? So the ones I've got highest against this sample, because it does depend a little on the sample you're against, but I've got
yeah.
Brandon Williamson is the top starter for a 40.
Yes.
Um, and then I've got Bernardino is the top reliever, and maybe Trent Thornton as well.
Yeah. That's basically what I've got. I guess probably Connor Siebold
I think
is
Seabold I've
also in
got
there.
probably next. Yeah.
Um, but I think Williamson and Bernardino are definitely the two best ones.
Yeah.
Um,
I think Williamson. Let me just. I'll put an asterisk by those two because we think they're probably needed for
yes,
the
I think those are
40s.
basically.
So, and I think we probably want to run 13 arms the way we're doing this.
I think so as well. So we need two more. I guess it's looking like.
Yeah,
We
so
can
we can
play a
decide whether to
44 and
pay up
another
a little bit,
40, or
or we
or what
can
are we
move
doing?
points elsewhere. So one thing I'll mention is I have Jackson Kowar as a 41 as much better than any of the available 40s.
I also have Kevin Herjet better than the various 40s.
I agree, yeah. So I
And
actually
then,
think maybe we want to go with those two 41s. Although Keegan Thompson is another one for 42, and Devin Smeltzer that's worth
yep, I
looking
like
at.
those two also.
So I think we
I
probably
prefer
want
Smelter.
to split a little bit. Yeah, I think Smeltzer is the best of the 42. So maybe go with Smeltzer and Kowar.
Yeah, we could do that. I mean, we might as well also take out either Seabold or Thornton for Herjet, I guess. Then,
Probably Seabold then.
yeah.
Okay, so we go with Herjet, Smeltzer, Kowar. I like that plan. All right, so Seabold we get rid of. Whoops. Let me try that again. So we're going with Kowar. We're going with Kevin here, and we're going with Smeltzer. Where's Devin Smeltzer? There. All right, so we've now hit the cap. Hold on. I will again be back in one moment. Just do one quick setup for what may be the last time, depending on how the game went. But hopefully there will be one more, right?
Hopefully, it's unfortunately going to be against Sandy Koufax if there is, but
yeah, well, what can you do? You don't get to choose your opponents, right?
you do not.
If we,
Mr. Audit.
I will
Mr.
say that
Audit
if we
posted...
got to choose our opponents, I would definitely have chosen a different one. Nothing against the Tito Albas, but they've also got they've also got a Ryan Sandberg now.
I'm shocked to hear that. Mr. Audit, by the way, has posted his roster in Discord, so we can take a look at that, I guess.
Great. I just need to figure out. So, in case anybody's wondering, Bullet Joe Rogan on Please Don't Ask Me How Much Rest did manage to get through 5 innings of 5-hit, 1-run ball.
Good for him.
And we are going to a game 5 with no, I don't know who's going to start it. Someone. Yes.
Definitely someone.
It will be someone. Actually, maybe this is one to ask. I think I should ask chat who we start. That would be fun.
All right.
Yeah, I think that's one to ask chat. Who do we start in game 5 at home? Let's finish doing this, and then maybe we'll even take a quick look at the game. I'll ask chat.
Okay.
I'll ask chat. Who do we start? If the Tito Alvis are in here, well, just please don't vote.
Or at least, vote in such a way that we know what you're voting for, and then we can do the other thing.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah. So Satchel's on short rest. All right. I'll mention the rest here. Yeah, so I guess we could just start in principle like anybody, but a couple guys are on no rest. I guess I
Well,
should.
no rest is probably a little low, but um,
Yeah. All right. I'll get a poll going for Game 5, and it's in a park which favors right-hand hitters. So that's why I've got the righties in there.
also there's really only one lefty that you could get that would be reasonable.
Yeah. So see what chat has us do.
All right, I'll let people vote. I won't say what I think yet.
Well, but all right. So let's finish our live cap here. So we've got 13 here. We've got 12 here. And what do we need? We probably want one more like corner infielder, and then maybe another outfielder, but ideally someone that can play everywhere. And we're looking at 40 overall hitters.
Oh, you still got the be right back, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Okay. So let's see what we got here. So maybe there's a good point to talk about some of the 40 overall position players and who some of your favorites are. I know for non-live caps, a couple of these limited editions have been nice. Like Randall's just a great card.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so we probably want one infielder, one outfielder, I guess. So I think outfield is, to me at least, pretty clear. Nathan Lukes is the best of the bunch.
I think so, yeah. One thing to consider is there are a couple options. So Nathan Lukes, I think, let's pull up the card. So Nathan Lukes, I think, is the best three-position outfield option. Now, we don't have to go with a three-position outfield option because we do have Phillips at all three, so a two-position outfield option would be acceptable.
Yeah, I mean, I think Lukes is the best of those also.
I think so as well, yeah. I also want to mention Luke Williams simply because he plays everything but catcher.
Yeah, Luke Williams is a pretty useful card in my
So
least.
that could be useful. So I don't know that I like Luke Williams here. I guess the way I think about it is if we were running, let's say we were not running Ohtani and we were still thinking about running 13 arms. Then I think a card like Luke Williams becomes important because he just helps you deal with the fatigue management.
Yep.
But the problem is, he's just not as good of a card. Like, I'll put the comparison up. If you compare Luke against Lukes, more Lukes is better.
Yes. Multiple Lukes and only one Luke.
Yeah. I guess you do get a little bit more speed from Luke Williams also, but I don't think we ever want to use a pinch runner in a cap. I think we want to...
No. In fact, I think this is a format in which basically there are no players who are able to steal bases.
Yeah. So I think I like Luke's as our outfield option. But I do think if we were running 13, so let's say we had only one more player to put on the roster here, then I think I would be looking at Luke Williams a little bit more.
Yeah,
because
I think I agree with that.
I need somebody who can be both a fifth outfielder and, like a sixth infielder. And so it's just worth the positional flexibility, because the truth is the biggest thing you want your 40 overall players to do on this roster is be available whenever you need them to stop somebody from being too tired.
Yep, that's pretty much it. Just be able to play some position where someone is tired.
Yeah, so I think that's kind of really valuable. So yeah, I think all right, we'll go with that. And then let's see. And then we want one more. So now we want an infielder. So Drew Maggie's one that, just because of the bat, just because he has more eye than everybody else, and 72 range kind of pops to the top of a lot of my lists. Marcano has a little bit more glove. Tyler Nevin has a bigger bat, but only plays corners. But maybe that's okay because we have a second and short option already. that we invested a few points in.
Yeah, I think Nevin is fine. I mean, I guess I'll mention a couple other cards. Probably running through all the 40 at this point, but I like Dermis Garcia as a hitter, but he only plays first.
Right. He technically plays third. Well, actually, the funny thing is, I was just realizing that if we played Dermis Garcia, he would be our defensive replacement at third base.
Yep, that is true. Well, I guess Lopez would be. Lopez plays third.
Oh, he plays shortstop. Ask how I know. Yeah, Mr. Audit. I actually really think Mr. Audit's team is going to beat our team in this, by the way.
That'd be pretty funny.
No, I actually think that's what's happening.
Yeah, it may be.
Like, no, I think it's like absolutely like nailed on. Gonna happen.
All right. Well, I think we got about 30 spots left. So, if anyone is here that still has not entered, let's whole list of players here. So.
Hey, we've already done our best to put a bounty in. Unfortunately, I can ask next time. I'm sure actually that if we ask in advance and we do something like this, we probably could get a bounty or something. But
yeah, a bounty
because OOTP is really generous about kind of letting us do that stuff. But we do have to ask them in advance.
Those have been pretty cool. Those bounties. It actually makes you want to run into some tough teams in the tournament lab.
Well, you say tough teams. I mean, I think my team's been a cupcake in the tournament lab. We finally cashed, I think, this week, but it's been. I keep putting in what look like pretty good builds and not having good results. So.
Yeah, well, that format is also there's so few runs. It feels a lot of little tiny things can decide the outcome of games.
Yeah, I think probably what this says is that the builds I think are good maybe aren't quite as good as I thought, and that's kind of part of what you learn in this game, right? You try things and you discover, especially for something like 1908, because you're guessing a little bit when you use the historical modifiers for it. It's not quite sort of the historical modifiers. There seems to be some additional era thing in there. So I usually need to actually kind of look at how it plays and then adjust.
Yeah, I guess I will say now, since we talked about him on Friday, but I hadn't looked at it then. But Paul Molitor actually turned out to be kind of like one of the best players in that format. I thought.
Yeah.
So that was interesting. We didn't mention that on Friday, but maybe worth mentioning.
No, there are a few players I've been surprised at this year. I think. Like my MVP in Perfect League this season's been Bancroft, and I didn't quite realize how good that glove was going to be. He has over 20 ZR.
It's a good card.
So he had like 3 or 3.5 WAR or something for me, basically just with the glove. And I think that's underrating what he gets, because when I look at sort of what he actually did for run prevention, it looks like the effect is probably close to twice that. Or the other one I saw is the effect of putting Bancroft in actually bumped the ZR for the rest of the infield.
Yeah, that's one that I've never really understood exactly how that works. The whole but it sort of
looks like it does, because like my Jackie was plus 12 or plus 13 or something, and almost everybody else is running a Jackie.
Right. Yeah, it could be. I mean, if that's the case, then Bancroft is probably like the best card in the game.
That's what I concluded. I concluded that he's basically the best card in the game, and that I'm going to really want an Ichiro, even though I hate the shape of the bat.
Right. Yeah. No. If that's the case, then Ichiro is probably even a better card than Bancroft. Then.
Yeah.
So I guess actually in the outfield, the defense seems to be less.
Oh, Mr. Black, that could be it. That basically Jackie's just like getting ZR off all the double plays Bancroft turns.
I don't think ZR is included. Double play runs are included in the game.
I thought ZR was just did you get to balls though?
Yeah, I believe double play runs are not included. You can sort of calculate double play runs separately a little bit, but it's a little tricky. But you can do it a little.
But maybe the idea is that it's all about these shifts.
Yeah, the shift sliders are also another one which I've never totally understood exactly how useful or not useful those are.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so Luke's and then maybe Dermis, or so that's a question. So right now, here I'll just start by auto setting so you can see what it
Well,
fills.
okay, we do have Kreidler who can play shortstop. So we
Whoops,
do
hold on,
have
I have
three.
to.
Why is it playing Luke's at second base? That doesn't seem good.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to see kind of what we've got.
Oh, we don't have a backup second. Oh, we have Nicky Lopez. What is it
Lopez
doing?
should play second. All right, let's figure it out
Okay,
in a
the
second. I'm just trying to see what we're missing right now.
auto set got very confused.
Well, you know what happened is I think AutoSet got. Oh, you know why? It's because they think Nicky Lopez is our starting third baseman because we don't have
Oh,
any because they
okay.
don't think we have any other third baseman on the roster. Little do they know. uh, yeah, so it's something like this where we're not defensive subbing.
Yeah.
Um, so we probably want a first baseman for sure. So if it's first and third, then maybe it's Dermis
Yeah, or Tyler Nevin maybe.
or Nevin. Well, I've
Yeah, one
got
of
so
those
I've
two, I
got
guess.
Dermis as. I mean, Dermis is just a pretty good first baseman for a 40.
Yeah. I guess the other one.
I actually have Drew Maggie as a better third baseman than Nevin by a little bit, just because the
I
bat. Just because the bat.
I have Xavier Edwards actually as the best 40 overall third baseman, but that's not really a first baseman.
Maggie, I think, is only three position. Also, is that right? Oh, four
Nagy,
position, but not first.
yes, I use left field, but that's not really useful.
And
Um,
Nevin does play first.
yeah, I guess also Andy Ibanez is another card we could think of.
But I think maybe it's just Dermis then. Yeah, I'll put up
Yeah, that
Edwards so we
seems
can take a
reasonable
look
to
at
me.
him. Edwards also not a first baseman though. He has that center
No.
field eligibility, which can be nice for some other builds though. So that's a good one to look at.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's useful for this build in particular, but
This build, I think, yeah, this build we actually have five outfielders. But if you were trying to run 13 and you're trying to figure out how to, make that work, then having like one extra center fielder, kind of the way that like the fact that Rabbit Nil sort of can play center, can bail you out.
yeah,
All right, let's go with Dermis then. How about that?
yeah, that works.
All right, so here we go. We've got our build. No surprises here. If you want to know what you got to do to beat us, this is the build to go after. Um, Not sure it's gonna win or anything, but we'll see how it goes. So I'll start
Yeah, I
by
mean,
auto setting and then fixing it.
it looks like a reasonable roster to me. We should platoon Zanino and Perez
Yeah. So
one
we
way or the other.
decided that we were gonna start Zunino versus lefties because Perez was a little bit better,
Yeah, I mean,
and
I
nobody
think either way is actually
else,
basically fine.
and basically nobody else here. Let's see. I think we want Phillips as the primary backup three ways, and Luke's as. The question
Yeah,
is, does the AI know what to do with this, or do you have to tell it that Luke's is the primary backup someplace?
it sort of knows what to do with it. I think it's probably all right. Like you're gonna get occasionally, it's gonna do something you don't want, but I think it's probably better just to get Phillips in the game more, even if we're taking a little bit of extra fatigue. We certainly should not have Luke's as our backup DH, though. That does not seem right.
No, that I think we can do. That's Dermis probably. I think that's the
Well, I wonder
best.
actually if we should
Well,
just
it's
get Gallo
it's.
out of the field.
I like that idea. I mean, anything that gets Gallo out of the field is, something like this. I like that. We could talk about lineup settings. I don't think that makes an enormous difference.
No, I don't
Uh,
think it's super,
and
super
looking at the
critical.
bullpen, so if we're running essentially a two-player bullpen, so the way that I think we want to do this, something like the following. So everyone else is avoid high leverage. The low 40s maybe we put normal, but we really only want Suter and Edwards doing anything important. So the question is, how do you run them? Do you run setup and closer? Do you run two stoppers?
So I don't like stoppers generally because I find that sometimes the AI manager decides that it is time to take the starting pitcher out of the game, even when he can still go and put the stopper in instead.
Yeah, I've found, so last year I was basically always running stoppers. But I found for caps it tends to want to use them for 2 innings and then blow them out when actually you'd rather keep the starter in.
So something I actually end up doing a lot is setting my entire bullpen as middle relief, um, and just changing the usage options to try to get the good ones into the game more. Because then the AI manager pretty much always listens to what you tell it for your starting pitchers.
I'm happy to try that. Let's try that. So Edwards and Suter are used more often. And
Well, actually, here I think what I would do is set Edwards and Suter to normal, and then some to less often, and the rest to avoid high leverage. Because I actually don't want Edwards and Suter in the game.
That's true. All right, so something like this.
Yeah, and also secondary role closer is I think also somewhat dangerous.
All right, fine. We'll try yours.
I very much just try to make the AI not get involved in the game.
All right, and then the other one, since I don't trust the override, I usually actually by hand also add my fatigue setting here. I don't know if how important that is, but we also are going to go do what is the really important checkbox. So the most important checkbox in the game is getting rid of this one. And I'm thinking maybe we'll go like 94 on most
I wonder
of
maybe
these.
should we try this save for high leverage pinch hit chance that we talked about in the stream? I guess we don't want that one to pinch hit, so probably not.
I think I do want to try that. I don't know if we should do it here. I mean, there's also an argument to be said for checking the never remove for pinch hitter on all of these. Although I will admit that when I do that, I've found the manager has a tendency to say, oh yeah, you telling me I can't remove him for a pinch hitter? Okay, I'll pinch run for him. Okay, so let's say we do that. I'm going to export this, which is always important.
Once we've said it, Mr. Black has posted some stuff, so maybe we can talk about some of this.
Sure. All right. Well, first off, I got to make a decision. So, who are we starting? Do we go with Satchel Paige on short rest, Scherzer on full rest, Addy Joss on full rest?
So I didn't vote in that because I didn't want to try to make influence on what people thought, but I would start Paige.
I think you go with Satchel Paige. She's just been a little better than the others. Got a deep bullpen.
Yeah, I think, all honesty, I would probably 18 batter face Paige.
You think you think he can get through 18?
Well, I would also probably set one pitch count.
Yeah, I think we'll take a shot with Paige then. Paige against Koufax. I like our chances.
It's as good of a match. Oh, and your park, it might not actually be that different.
Actually, I'm not 100% sure it'll be Koufax. So he's got Koufax available, but he could try to run a righty in my park instead.
Yeah, I mean, Paige is the only one. Okay, if you're 18 batter facing Paige and I guess, okay, he doesn't want to just win the single game. He wants to win the whole thing too. So, yeah, saving Koufax may be reasonable, actually, from his point of view.
All right, we can come back and talk about sliders. I'm going to check this one more time, but just to see how we're doing. 99. So we've filled about 25 spots while we're doing the stream thing.
Not bad. That's better than last week.
I thought I have a lot. Do I not have a slot? Oh, it's probably a draft that just fires. I have an entry fee slot if anyone wants to play an entry fee something, I guess.
Well, I mean, we could try to fire another whale invitational.
I think we just released a bunch of LEs. I think that's enough for a whale invitational for me. All right, how's this? I'll play the 1K because that's more, that's more a dolphin invitational.
It's all an invitation.
You want to play the
Yeah,
1K?
I mean, I think I'm in the gold at the moment, which I think the
I'll
fire
play.
for.
I'll play the 1K. I think the 1K open. I think if a bunch of us jump in, we could get it to fire.
Maybe, yeah.
All right, I'm jumping in the 1K. See if we can get that to fire. I'm gonna double check what I'm doing on my starting pitcher based on our discussion. The other interesting thing I have to figure out is if I just give up on Cody Bellinger in my park. So
I don't. Yeah, your park is tough for center field, unless you manage to run across a Griffey. It's not the best.
all right.
Yeah, McNush, I'm in the gold entry fee at the moment. We could try to fire that one, but that one is pretty competitive. It's hard to get much of an edge in there.
Okay. All right. Good. So I think we mostly have this figured out. So hopefully that's enough to kind of, if anyone out there is thinking about building one for this. See, you've got 114 viewers, so more of us should be jumping in and trying to play this.
If everyone that's watching entered a team, we could fill it.
Yep.
And we've built a team. I mean, how much does this team cost that we built? We have what 500s.
But not all of them we thought were actually essential.
Not all of them. So this team probably costs, it looks like, about 120K.
Maybe, yeah, but probably under that if you just went with the essential ones.
Yeah, I mean, I think the essential cards. It looks like we have called only one 100 in an essential card.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. So Ohtani, I mean, we're trying running him, but I'm not sure he's essential because he's really sort of like a good gold pitcher and a good gold bat.
I mean, I think it's probably more like a diamond bat, but yeah, I mean, it's not. It's the only two-way, but you can probably get away with, especially because of the strength of cards like Gallo, or McKenzie or Valdez. I think you can probably get away with that. Like, for example, if we let's say we played Valdez instead of Ohtani, we could, for example, get rid of Nicky Lopez, and that would give us 24 points to spend on a DH. That's Gallo. Yeah. So it's not a card that you can't build without. It's very helpful. I think it's a good thing to do, but if you don't have him, I think you can still compete in this.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think we tried to mark the ones we thought were like really important to have.
Yeah.
And let's take a look. So you said you posted your roster. Well, we can at least try to.
Oh, I didn't. I can screenshot mine too and send it to you. But Mr. Odd is the one I want to look at.
Yeah, that's the one I want to look at. So let's see what he's running. And if the tournament would fire, we'd be able to just sort of pull it up and take a look. But what do we got here? He is running. All right, Schwarber at catcher. Here, I can pull up the cards.
I will say that I'm a little disappointed because Yordan Alvarez actually does have ratings in left field. So I don't know if he's allowed to be on this roster.
Schwarber at catcher. Okay, 0 out of 11. So does that mean he has training or no training then?
I don't. I guess I can check. I can go in the tournament. I think he'll have a 0.
I've never seen the 0/11. I've always seen it as qualified to learn if it's actually a 0.
Yeah, that is a little strange. Let me check him here. Oh, no, he's not a second baseman. He does get to 11.
Okay, trains to 11.
Yes. The one that I would also maybe maybe suggest is Carlos Santana.
Yeah, all right. So Schwarber, Soler at first. So you don't really need first base defense anyway, right?
Nah, it's fine.
Um, Soler at first, very nice. Again, it's a big bat, so
Yeah, lots of power.
I think you're gonna score some runs with this for sure. Oh, Vlad plays second.
Yep.
32 range. Yeah, Vlad plays second. Okay. Solid bat there for sure. And Aaron Judge, this is going to be by far the best third base bat in the game.
Definitely.
What is his infield range actually?
It is 18.
18. But he's probably got a heck of an arm.
He is 53 arm.
And Goldschmidt, that's an MVP bat that we're playing at short. Actually, 40 range, I've seen worse at short.
Yeah. Rob Deere in the headlights is saying Judge trains to a 6 at third
trains
base.
up to a 6. Jordan is actually a left fielder, yeah.
Yeah, dude, this one I don't know. This defense might be too good.
You might have to play Jordan and right.
Yeah, but we can play third too.
Oh, Jordan could play. But I think Judge is the bigger bat at third for sure.
That's true. Judge can play first. You can put Judge at first.
Juan Soto. All right, Juan Soto at center. That's a huge bat, as we were talking about. And then Pete Alonso. Okay, well, hold on, wait. You can put Pete Alonso in left, and then you can put Jordan in right.
There we go.
There you go.
That'll do it.
Pete Alonso in left and Jordan in right. And now what I really want to know is, did you manage to find a DH that can't DH? Joey Gallo at DH. All right.
Well, that's the historical, but actually the live is very similar.
Oh, sorry. Okay, not bad. And then you've got a real pitching staff, I assume. So. All right, I think this team's beating us if they draw us in the first round.
In all honesty, this probably is the best offense of any team in the.
Well, it's definitely the best offense of any team in the tournament. And so the question is, are you just going to be able to outscore people? Maybe. I mean, it's not impossible, right?
It's definitely not impossible. I do think the defense is going to be a bit of an issue.
Well, you say that, but what's the worst that could happen?
So to round this out, I mean, maybe just run the worst PBABIT pitchers to go along with it, and let's just see how much.
But I actually think that if you run like good defense with this, I'm just going to get defense. If you run like good pitching with this, I kind of think this roster is going to cash. Is that completely nuts?
I mean, it would certainly be better if you switch some of the positions around so that people were actually in. You could switch positions around so that people were in more reasonable spots and
no,
players,
but even just punting defense. So what do you need to do to cash? You basically need to get into people's bullpens enough that they run out of bullpen.
Yeah,
that is doable, right?
It is. This is definitely a roster that could cash. It is out, not outside the normal possibility.
And I do think if you manage to cash with a thematic build from the theme team, I think that kind of deserves like an extra shout out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The question is, of course, if you win and you get a Dave Bancroft in your pack, are you allowed to take it?
I think you're allowed to. Wait, does Bancroft play anything else?
I don't think so. Because he clearly is just not an acceptable player.
Bancroft does not list as playing anything else.
Yeah, maybe you could force him to play something, but
yeah. Although that is absolutely an insane card. The fact that he has that much eye just makes the card
Yeah.
so good.
So have you been bunt for hitting him? Because that's something I'd be interested to
Yeah,
try
I've
actually.
been max bunt for hitting him.
Okay.
No, I can show you.
Yeah.
I can show you what he's been doing. I mean, he's
I,
you know.
I wish the game would actually display bunted hits separately. That would be really convenient. Like it's
Yeah,
very
so,
hard
so
to
you didn't
figure
have
out.
to go through all the game logs for
Yeah.
that. Um, and by the way, we did go with Satchel Paige,
All right.
but unfortunately the bullpen didn't do the job, and so congrats to the Tito Albas and good luck in the semis. We
Yes.
uh, we gave we gave it we gave it a good run in Game 5. Satch did his job,
Yeah. He did fine.
but the
Uh,
bullpen let us down.
yeah. So
But Satch on short rest actually like was pretty darn good.
yeah. Okay. So he decided to go with Rogan.
He went with Rogan, yeah. And
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Tannehill,
Yeah, Tannehill gave it up a bit.
yep.
Yeah, it's a good start from Page.
So not quite, but good luck. Good
Yes.
luck to everyone going forward. Looks
Yeah,
like
those
a
look like
pretty darn strong
yeah,
set of semis.
those look like some pretty good teams to me.
But yeah, this Bancroft, I mean, so he had look at this, it's over 20 ZR.
Oh yeah, I mean the card is very strong.
Um, so like we ended up look at this. We had at the perfect league level we had 45.7 ZR as a team.
Yeah, and I would say my
And remember, I don't have a Griffey.
yeah. So I think probably if I had to estimate it that the in-game ZR is about 50% too low.
Yeah, yeah. So that basically means we stole 10 wins like with our gloves.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, this defensive efficiency, we were talking about like all of the adjustments to BABIP. We still held people to a 261 BABIP.
Yep. And I mean that's also with I think Greinke on the roster some of this season, which
Yes.
doesn't have a lot of pitcher rabbit.
No, it's entirely the infield.
Yeah.
No, I mean this Bancroft. I mean we were talking about this with Yount the other day. That Yount is a really good card, but I think you still have to run Bancroft at short. I think Yount. I don't quite know what to do with the card because it is really good, but
Yeah. I mean I think Yount in tournaments is probably better or roughly equal to Bancroft, and in Diamond League also probably roughly equal. But in Perfect League, yeah, probably Bancroft is a lot better.
I guess if you're beating up on weak pitching, the thing is that Bancroft. It turns out like I was able to get the bat to not be a complete zero. So last year,
Yeah, I mean
I didn't have the slider settings I did this year. With the slider settings this year, I mean, obviously it's not a good bat. Like it's never going to be a good
right.
bat, but this is enough out of the bat, given the glove, that probably if the WAR really reflected the defensive value, this is probably my team's MVP, and maybe close to a league MVP.
Yeah, I mean there maybe other Bancrofts also, but
Yeah, actually, let me see what the other Bancrofts did. Now I'm kind of curious.
yeah, I mean the card is very strong.
Um, so yeah, not all of them are hitting. Well, all of them are,
None of them are hitting, but
but they're different levels of not hitting.
yeah,
Okay, yeah. So my ZR was kind of actually about middle of the pack.
yeah, that looks like about. I mean, yeah, this looks like more or less what I would think Bancroft should do. I mean, this ZR probably is more like really 35 or something, which I think is probably about right.
Yeah.
Um, so
Yeah,
yeah,
this
I
is
mean, it's just
absolutely
enormous,
an insane
enormous
card.
defense.
So I
Yeah,
wonder if they're getting the same effect. Let me see. Okay, this is the Albus who also are running Bancroft. But let me see if they're. Where I'd find the team. Sorry, that's the way to do it. I wanted to see if they're also getting sort of
Oh,
extra
out of J.
range from their second baseman.
And you're thinking they're playing
Oh,
Jackie?
but I guess
No, they're
they
not.
just well, they just switched to Sandberg though. So let me. I'm assuming they were playing Jackie most of the year.
I would think so.
Okay, so they got some ZR, but they didn't get the range I got out of Jackie. They did
Yeah,
get
it may also be.
but they did still get positive range from a card which I think otherwise might have negative range at the Perfect
Um,
League level. It depends who everyone
Jackie,
else is running.
I would think Jackie is basically. I mean, I would think everyone's running Jackie, and then probably Tony Phillips is most people's backups, who has one less.
Okay, so
I think.
Jackie's probably basically just
So
about
it's probably
zero.
basically average. Yeah. My guess is that all 36 teams in Perfect League have Jackie on their roster.
I think it's going to be at least really close to that, isn't it?
Yeah. This is supposed to be a park-related thing. Your park is suppressing hitting to some extent, so that may become reflected in ZR.
It shouldn't though, because
It
it should
shouldn't.
be adjusting for.
It shouldn't, but I'm not
I
sure that
guess
it
I don't
doesn't.
have an easy way to
Yeah.
count. I don't have an easy way to count, but this is at least going to be close to
It's a
everybody.
lot of Jackies, yeah. And I would think Jackie and Mantle are kind of the two cards that basically everyone in Perfect League has at this point.
That sounds about right. Um, yeah, I think Bancroft has kind of been probably the most important card for this build. Uh,
Yeah, I mean it sort of reminds me a little bit of actually in a different way, but Ricky Henderson from last year, where
yeah,
the
definitely.
card doesn't look that great on its face, but then when you kind of figure everything out, you can build around it really, really easily, and the card is very good when you get the right setup for it.
Yeah, the one that kind of really has been a problem for me is figuring out what to do in center, because basically the problem is I don't have a Griffey, and so everything at this level is compared against a Griffey.
Right. So yeah, I mean maybe you just need Lofton is the answer, because if Bellinger's not going to hit, then Lofton also won't hit, but at least the defense is better.
Could do that. Could run Lofton. I mean, clearly the correct answer is win an Ichiro.
Yeah, that's also a good solution.
Um,
I could also play some other. I mean, is Jim Pearsall how crazy is that? Oh, he only has 99 also. That's probably worse, even in your park.
that just can't be runnable. I
It's a
mean,
lot of defense,
yeah, but I think I'd almost rather play Betts.
probably.
Maybe the answer is run Lofton. Maybe I should run Lofton next week. At least I get to a next week.
I mean, okay. The other thing which I guess you could do, this maybe is a little bit crazy, is to play the gold Ender in Ciarte, who has more range than Griffey.
He does. That's true. There are other problems with the card. I mean, if I were going to do that,
Yeah, Fogarty. Yeah, that's true.
Fielder Jones.
Yeah,
Here, who's the biggest outfield range guy I've
I
got?
think actually, well, it's Ichiro, but I think Fogarty. Actually, Fogarty might have been 108. Does he?
Fogarty has 108
Yeah,
range.
108.
Um,
Could run Jackie Bradley, I guess. Oh, Lofton's got to be better than that.
I think Lofton's no, Lofton's got the same range, but the bat's going to be a little.
Yeah.
Well, is
Is
the
it that
bat
much
better?
better?
Actually, is the bat better?
Unless Bradley is not so bad.
Lofton runs better.
Yeah. But he has to get on base to run.
You have a point there.
Probably Lofton is better. But it's not that far off, especially in your park that's going to swallow both of them.
You know what the crazy thing is that Hidalgo's not entirely the wrong answer.
I think Pearsall's got to be better than Hidalgo.
Isn't Hidalgo's bat a little better?
Oh, it's less range.
I think the answer is probably changing the park.
Well, but then you got other things to fix.
The problem is that my Bellinger I thought he'd at least hit on the road.
He should hit, I think, against righties on the road.
That's what I thought, but where's how am I getting home road? Oh, because I want splits. Yeah, so here is home road splits. The problem has actually been that he's not hitting on the road.
So maybe it's just bad variance then, and you should be patient. Possible, but his defense probably is pretty bad, I would guess.
But that's a lot of that's a lot of negative WAR.
Yeah, that's a big number.
Yeah. So I think that's been the biggest problem with this build is not being able to figure out kind of how to make that work.
Yeah, just tough and center.
Well, I mean, the answer is basically that there isn't a card I have that comes close enough to Griffey to be competitive. So I'm always just going to be at a disadvantage in center and right.
Yeah, win an Ichiro. That's the solution.
Win Ichiro. The other one, I think I mentioned this in the other thing also, but if anybody wants this Eddie Matthews, like it's an excellent card, but I think I'm committed to running a park that completely swallows him up.
Yeah.
So if anyone's looking for an Eddie Matthews, I'm thinking it makes sense to sell him and then try to switch to some right-handed third baseman. Maybe it's even Sandberg, but if not, it's just running Willie Wells both ways.
Yeah, that seems reasonable, especially with Bank.
Because I think this Matthews, like, again, look, on the road, like, this is great, but my ballpark just kills him so much.
Yeah, actually, hold on. I guess I can try to enter your park, see what thinks with that. Second here. I'll have a draft enter.
I'm running the Marlins Park. What is it?
Yeah. I think at Lone Depot.
Lone Depot?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah. So it basically clobbers everybody's homers, but it also really hurts lefties. So I figured that he wouldn't be hurt as much by the park because he doesn't have a lot of BABIP. He's homer heavy, but then suppressing the homers still, kills him. And doubles, So maybe Lofton, because he hits triples, maybe that'll... Yeah, maybe it's Lofton instead of Bellinger.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Found it. All right, let me just enter this. If anyone, by the way, has or would like to make a list of all the park modifiers, that would be very useful.
That would actually be pretty useful, yeah.
Having to type these in every time is pretty annoying.
Anyway,
right, hold on. Let me just see what.
Well, I've got another week to try to figure it out, I guess. So, and we got 16 spots left in the live cap. So hopefully, a few more people want to
jump in,
take a shot at it. We got another weekly. How far are we along in the diamond ceiling? I don't think I looked at that one. All right, sounds like a good plan. So maybe this is about the point to wrap up. Are there any other things that people wanted to ask, especially if you're thinking about playing, kind of the live open cap?
Well, Mr. Black had a couple of comments earlier that I don't think we quite got to, so maybe we can look at those.
All right, we're just at the beginning of round 3. It looks like. Oh, I actually drew some tough opponents in this too.
Yeah, those look tough.
Are you still in this? How are you doing?
No, I managed to miss this one today, so that was good.
So you're undefeated?
I'm undefeated, yes. Have not lost in it.
All right.
I don't think I did that well last week.
A couple other solid builds. Aster always has a good build. Interesting. I think he's the first person I've seen running Wimmers in this. But it's an interesting card.
Yeah, I like Wimmers, actually. This is not high silver floor. This is just silver floor, so probably...
Yeah, well, I think that's why, is because you're paying 5 points for him.
Yeah,
If it were high silver floor, I really like running Wimmers.
yeah. I think probably Nolan Ryan. I'd prefer to play over this for 3 fewer
Yeah,
points.
I could see that. Um, oh, let's see who beat. Um, that's
Hmm.
some bad luck.
That's yeah. That's an interesting roster.
um,
We can look at McNoosh's roster, sure.
sure, we can let me use Josh. I'm actually intrigued by this one though.
What even happened in this? This is, I mean, his best pitcher is in his bullpen. That's not usually the way to go.
Well, let's see what we got here. So he's running a 9-man staff. Okay, so we're 2 players under the cap here.
Yeah, so probably the 2 players got sold and went off the roster. Is what this is looking like.
Wait, hold on. 13 hitters. Oh, because I went back to mine is what I did. That's why. Let's try that again. So 15 hitters, 9 pitchers. Um,
I mean, I would not choose these pitchers. Let's
I
say
like Fought.
I like Fott. I would like
Wilbur
Fott more, who's in the
Woods,
starting rotation.
okay. Tanana's. I mean, this is not the build I would have picked, but obviously it's been successful.
Apparently,
Um, I mean, I think anytime you're sweeping Aster, you've done something really hard.
actually, which is that first team? I think that first team is actually a pretty decent team too.
That's yeah. Oh, this is a
Yeah,
solid. This is solid enough.
yeah,
To,
yeah. It's a
to,
good. That's usually good rosters there. So
um,
that gold book's fine.
all right. Well, so see, it just goes to show that you don't need to take our advice, and you can do really well in these. In fact, often you can do better than we do in these.
Yeah.
Huh. Oh, McNoosh wanted us to take a look at his roster. We can take
Yeah,
a
we
look
can look
at
at
that.
McNish's.
Sure. Roast my roster. Is that the? All right. What do you hate
Like
about
that.
What do you hate about this roster?
What do I hate? Not much. This looks pretty good to me.
I hate that you have a Mike Cuellar and I still haven't bothered getting one.
I like that card.
um,
I mean, really look at Hunter Brown. I probably wouldn't run. I think I'd run someone else, but I don't hate Hunter Brown.
I think Hunter Brown's fine though.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather play. Well, I like Ben McDonald a lot,
I
so
think
I would pay 2 points for Ben
I think the
McDonald.
one of these that I like the least for modern maybe would be Tom Chaney. I think I like this card a little better in earlier eras than
Oh,
modern.
I actually like Cheney even in modern.
I was running him when he came out, and I think I've kind of slowly replaced him. Like if you could replace Cheney with say Partlow, I think you're doing
Oh
I
yes,
think you're
with
doing
Partlow
better and saving a couple points.
with Partlow for sure. But I don't think Cheney's. I think Cheney's somewhere in the mix. I don't think it's like a wrong decision
No,
by
I
any
don't think
means.
he's awful. I just think that like I think he was the best card when he came out, and just power creep has kind of caught up with him. So there are now a couple, maybe the Oswalt that just came out's better. I think I'd rather run Partlow. I think I'd rather run McDonald, but you know, I don't think you're doing horribly. I just think he's like power creep has caught up to him a little bit.
Yeah, I think the changes I would make. I mean, Mixer is saying he has Partlow and McDonald. I would put those in over 2 of the 3 other starters, and then maybe leave the last or put someone else. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess because you can replace Cheney and say Brown for Partlow and McDonald, and it's the same cost.
Yeah, and then
Uh,
Bradley's fine, I guess. I don't have a problem
yeah,
with Bradley. Really.
Marmol is one that I think models will really disagree on. I end up coming down on the negative side, but it's a funny enough shape that you kind of really just have to see how it does.
Yeah, I don't like Marmol too much, but it's certainly an interesting card to try. Um,
I mean,
I don't
the
have.
big thing is the bullpen just looks like it got torched in a short series, and
Yeah, it happens sometimes. I mean, I think this is
When your
pretty much.
bullpen gives up runs, you're always going to struggle, and that's just bad luck.
Yeah, I think this is. I mean, Kenley and Roberts, I think, are pretty important for this format. I like the other choices. I don't have any issue with
Yeah,
any of
I
it.
mean, I
But
think
just sometimes it happens.
yeah, I think the only I'm running. I can show you what I'm running, which is pretty similar. Uh, the main difference is what I decide to do instead of going for Kenley. So McNoosh went for like Kenley, Tanana, Roberts, so paying up for a few guys. I decided to instead basically pay for Clippard, and then kind of go closer to minimum with my bullpen.
Yeah, I think that's probably. I mean, I would have really liked to try to fit Kenley in, but I guess there's not an easy place to save 3 points.
Yeah, and then let's see. When we want to look at the lineup as well, we can take a look at that. Let's see. Or we can look at the overview. Yeah, I still really wish that I could play for these silver floor ones. I kind of wish that I could play cards that are below the silver floor, but they count as 70.
Like Jeff Mathis.
I'd certainly play Mathis, but I might even play Mathis and Petway for 70 apiece in this format.
I think Martin's pretty good in this format.
Martin's good. Romo's good. You know.
Yeah, I mean this is a relatively loose cap, I believe. So I don't think fitting Martin should be that difficult.
Smalley's interesting. That's one that I've kind of gone back and forth on.
Yeah, I like Smalley.
Like the card reminds me a lot of sort of a mini Bancroft in that you've got a ton of eye, you've got a ton of range, you've got the diamond version basically, and you have sort of a button for hit heavy profile where you maybe even want to max that slider.
Yeah, I like Smalley actually quite a bit in diamond. I don't know how long he's going to last there, but for the moment at least, I think it's a pretty good option.
I just find that for these caps, I kind of don't want to pay that much for any. I just don't think any of the shortstops is quite good enough to want to pay for. I've ended up deciding to pay for Valentin, so here's what I'm running. Again, 95 range. Maybe the bat's a little better, but
I definitely like Smalley.
More versus lefties.
Definitely like Smalley better than Valentin. I think punting this one for Bob Ferguson is also a pretty decent thing to do if you're trying to fit more relievers or something.
Yeah, I think you could go for Ferguson as well. Jordan Walker at third, I think, is also a little bit of a decision to kind of be a little bit more, versus lefties.
So, yeah, which there are some lefty starters. You have Cuellar and Partlow, so I don't hate that.
Yeah, I'm actually running the new Donaldson, and which I know we had a long discussion about this, where I really liked the card, and you thought it was completely unplayable.
Pretty much, yeah.
And it looks like the very early returns are pretty much right down the middle.
Yeah. So
vaguely playable, not excellent.
I guess our whatever we gave it, BCD thing was pretty decent.
I think that's about what he's performing is a B or C or D or something. And I think Fox makes a lot of sense. So that's interesting. And I think I see why he's doing this, but I think this is a good thing to point out, kind of to chat, is he's running Fox and Gehrig at first in DH, but instead of running the better defender, which by a tiny amount I guess is Fox at first, I actually think by quite a bit, because I think the range here matters a little more than the height. But what McNoosh is doing is actually sort of running this split platoon, which is going to mean they both get a little more rest, because they're kind of splitting time between first and DH.
I think that makes sense to do. Yeah, this roster looks pretty reasonable to me. Will they change anything? Not really.
Yeah, I think So I think what I would do is try a little bit different shape shortstop. I think I still like Valentin's bat. It costs you 2 points of range, but I think you're getting like enough of a better bat that I'd rather run Valentin. But I agree it's going to be close. But I think we're running pretty similar things. You know,
Yeah, I guess
and I
the one
also am
thing.
running Russell Martin and Roma, by the way.
Well, he's got Hal Smith, who's I guess saving 7 points. So that I don't hate that. I think the only thing I would change there is to play Eric Davis instead of Elijah Green to save 3 points.
Well, I like that. I actually didn't manage to get an Eric Davis yet, but as a result, I'm kind of punting. I put 1 point into Bo Jackson just because I had a point. Um,
Yeah, I think that's fine too.
but I'm basically running Maddox because I get defense I'm happy with.
Yeah, I like well, Maddox is a floor, so I think Maddox is pretty good to play.
All right, just checking. We got another. Anyway, so I think we're in good shape. Yeah, no, I don't think there's anything. I think the places that I disagree with McNoosh's build are very much around the edges and places where different models are going to disagree.
Yeah,
So I think,
certainly.
yeah,
There's nothing unreasonable going on there for sure. Like,
I think the biggest change is I do think that just some of these new starting pitchers are just a little bit better in terms of power creep. And so I think I would have tried to drop Cheney and Brown for some combination of like McDonald, Oswalt, Partlow, maybe even the other Brown, like the Diamond.
yeah, I mean, okay, I also play Mark Burley or
Well, sure, I'd play
when it
if I
existed,
had
but yeah,
if I had Burley, I'd play Burley or something
yeah,
like
yeah,
that. But but of the cards that are
yeah,
straightforward to get.
accessible. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Um,
Yeah. All right, I think that sounds good. Let me see how we're doing. Hey, we might cash in this.
yeah,
Although I will say Seawit also generally has pretty strong builds. So, uh,
yeah,
all
most
right,
of the time.
let me see how we're doing with filling this, because what I was going to do was look at a couple. If we could fill the Sunday Live cap, I was going to quickly look at a couple other rosters and
And
see
we've
what
got
everyone did.
12 spots. All right, I will say, looks like we're going to fire it about 5 hours earlier than last week, so that's progress.
We are doing better. Um,
All right, more calls to anyone who has not yet entered the Sunday Live Cap. Go into the Sunday Live Cap. You can copy our roster if you want. It might not be good, but you can do it.
yeah, well, I think what we could do, yeah, because if we could get it to fill, then I think it would be reasonable now that we've talked about all these to kind of go through and see what everyone's running. So the question is there anything we think we can do to get it to fill quickly, or should we just kind of wrap up the stream?
Um, I don't know. If there's anyone here who has not yet entered, enter. That's the best way to get it to fill, I
Is
guess.
there anyone in chat that has not yet entered?
I guess we can't enter on your alt at the same time as your.
No, we can't enter on the alt at the same time as the main, but
I know if someone from the dev team is here, maybe we could get a bounty for this tournament. That might help.
yeah, if anyone in the dev team happens to be in chat, but I think otherwise, really, they're really good about this if we ask them in advance.
Yeah,
So,
no, they've always been very good. They're
you
pretty
know,
generous with the
we
packs
kind
for
of did
that.
this at the spur of the moment, so we do just need to ask them in advance if we want to do it, I think.
Yeah,
Um,
maybe that's the way to go in the future. Maybe kind of announce the format in advance, build it on the Friday stream, and
we
get
should
people interested.
I like this roast your roster idea. We should totally just make it
Like a channel point reward.
yeah, we should totally make it a roast your roster.
I mean, if there's anyone else who has rosters and tournaments that we're in, we can look, I guess.
Yeah. All right, I'll post something in the tournament discussion just to see if anyone.
Haley Bay, that's the silver to diamond.
The silver to
Yeah,
diamond.
We could look at yours.
All right, hold on. Why did it? Oh, it's just doing the caching thing. All right, we could do a draft while we're waiting for it to fill.
Oh, sure. Let's do a draft.
All right, let's do a draft, and then we'll come back and we'll look at the weekly roster. That sounds like a good plan.
Yeah.
All
right. What
so
are the?
I think every time we've done a draft on stream, it's been a complete disaster.
The one last week, last Friday,
right.
was decent.
By the way, I did check. That one lost in round 2.
Right. Yeah, that's.
We'll look at the weekly roster.
Look at the roster now.
Meant to say the weekly roster. Totally meant to say the weekly roster. I promise. But if you want to see a weaker roster, we should do a draft. So what do we got here?
So what's the environment here? Just modern?
Modern.
Okay, great.
Modern, and we can let chat kind of help us out here, because I think we clearly need the help the way this is going. All right, here we go.
Okay.
Well, that was
not great. We got two really good relievers.
It's only one pick at least.
Only one.
I don't love taking. I don't love taking a reliever if it's a double. I don't always hate taking a reliever because I
think I would just take Berkman.
It's just going to be Berkman by default.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
I mean, Adams and Jensen are both really good relievers, but they're relievers.
All right, it's Berkman by default. We're off to a flying start here. I thought we're supposed to have streamer luck when we do this.
Oh boy. What is this?
Well, so I have one really, really good thing about this round, is that it's not a double.
Yeah, that is true.
We've had some lousy rounds on stream.
This
is up there.
This has got to be. This is the worst, I think. This is really. I mean, there's no even like the other one where we took Zach Allen. At least it was a good live. These are not even really
okay.
Good
so
lives.
Actually, now hear me out here. This Class A is actually not an awful live.
No, it probably is Class A. I mean, George Davis is like a bronze level card.
We weren't just extolling the virtues of Class A. I agree.
Maybe
Gary is correct.
No, it probably is Class A. It probably is Class A.
Okay, so Jordan is like a low gold level bat.
Yeah.
That we could DH.
I guess we could take Mookie.
But where are you going to run him though? If you're going to DH him, you'd rather run Jordan.
No, we're playing him in left probably or right, and he's very flexible.
The glove's not good. If you're taking Mookie, you're taking him as a 3-position backup, I think.
Right. So we're definitely not taking George Davis.
Okay, so
George Davis is really bad.
You'd have to run him at third.
Nah, Sheffield's got to be better than this at third.
Yeah. I was going to say I can't take a Yankee, but it's at least the Padres Sheffield. Morrow is probably not as good as Class A.
No, it looks worse than Class A. Okay, it's probably Class A.
Luck only applies to packs. All right, well, I do have 5 packs I can rip.
Ryan Sandberg and Fergie Jenkins, here we come.
I think it's going to be Class A, right?
Yeah, probably Class A.
All right, we're going Class A. We've taken our live. Okay, the good news is the next round can't be worse.
Okay, it isn't worse. We have one good card.
Well,
so that's fine.
We have Dave Kingman.
Yeah, that's the one right there.
Well, okay, so it's clearly the Luis Gonzalez is is just the only playable thing here, right?
Actually playable card, so we're taking it.
All right.
The other ones are not.
Let's see.
I mean, I guess Buck Ewing in a draft is not the worst thing since he backs up every position, but
yeah,
it's definitely Gonzalez. Okay.
No, this is not getting better.
This is not going well. Okay, I mean, I think we're taking
I
Slim
would
Staley.
say, and maybe okay. So Tewksbury. I mean, it would be nice if he had
Tewksbury
pitcher
is really
BABIP.
bad.
It would be nice if he had pitcher BABIP or stuff.
Yeah, I don't like that card at all.
Um,
I also don't like any of the other cards at all. How bad is it rolling? His defense must be good at least. I don't
so
remember that
you
card.
know, I think we're gonna have to, as much as we were doing like a roast my roster, um, I think this is gonna be a pretty roastable build.
Okay, no. Roland is 80 and good defense, so let's take him.
Roland is the best third baseman we've seen yet.
That looks fine.
Do we like that or Tewksbury? I mean, Baerga's not.
Verga's probably really bad, right? I think Verga's bad. But
Is it
yeah,
completely crazy to look at Dalton Varsho? Yes, it is.
yes. No, I think it's Roland.
All right. It's Roland.
It's not good, but
I kind of think the answer probably is Tewksbury, as crazy as it is. But like, the problem is if you run Tewksbury out of the pen, does he get any? He gets a little stuff boost.
does he? Is no velocity.
All right,
Like,
it's rolling. All right.
That card is so bad. I would have taken any other.
The good
decent
news
starting
is the
pitcher.
next round.
Oh God!
Wow.
All right, Brandon League is a good reliever. At least this is a shockingly bad draft. I don't think this is gonna win much.
I gotta say, whoever said there's supposed to be streamer luck, wow.
We have the opposite of that.
Okay, so Garrett Richards.
I think we're just taking him.
Is
He's bad,
not a
but
complete disaster.
yeah, we have to take a starting pitcher, I guess.
Okay, I think we're taking League because it's actually the one good card here.
Yeah, that Trammell's really bad, right?
Trammell's like unplayable. None of the lives is okay. Of the lives, is Iglesias?
No, they're all bad.
No, yeah, okay, he has 16 stamina, so you can't really, yeah.
I think it's just Richards. I don't like Richards
Green
at all, but
has no. It's Richards.
those actually look pretty similar. But
We could just go with Chris. Well, we could go with Chris Davis. He at least
No,
hits
we-
righties.
we have to play him in right field, though, right? Because Berkman's playing first.
Or you DH him?
I guess. I think we probably just have to take Richards.
I mean, I think we're putting a lot of work into salvaging a draft that's in trouble. But
Yeah.
actually, okay, this Brewster Gratterol is almost playable if you can like use him versus righties.
That's our third reliever with one starter. Doesn't seem right.
Okay. How about this? We have seen 5 catchers now. We take Cal Raleigh as just a backup catcher with some pop.
I guess that's not horrible. Yeah, just hope for gold, silver starting pitchers that work.
It's Garrett Richards, isn't it?
It probably is still Garrett Richards, around 5 righty specialist. Yeah.
All right, it's Garrett Richards. All right, can we get a better? Oh gosh,
What is this draft? It's like someone decided to take all the worst cards and put them in the same draft.
I almost feel like someone's playing a practical joke on us at this point.
That Joe Cunningham was a really good hitter in 1908.
Yeah, the problem with Joe Cunningham is that he's got a DH and he's sort of a bad shape for modern. But
Yeah. In 1908, he's really good.
yeah, definitely. I ran him in 1908.
Yeah, I did too.
Okay. Joe Gordon has a glove.
Yeah, it's probably Joe Gordon. That looks fine.
Stack Martin, the problem is he's really not a catcher, and then the bat's not good enough. Like, you're basically taking a many position backup.
Yeah. Probably Ron Davis.
Ron Davis is a card
reliever.
that I am running in gold right now.
Yeah, actually, Bradley Green is also not a terrible live. But
Yeah, but when you're talking about like this isn't a terrible live in our gold round in a draft where, let's just be honest, we have a lot of room to move somebody aside if we get a good card.
That's true. All right, we're now on our third reliever in the gold rounds, which is always a good sign.
And it's not a double.
No.
Okay. All right.
All right. I guess
Are
we're
we
taking
going to
the
do
cards that
better
are
in
good.
silver?
We can't do worse.
You know, I agree, but you're making that sound like a challenge.
Well, we did it. No, Bill Hall's okay. But Bill Hall's all right. Okay, we take Bill Hall.
All right, we got Bill Hall. Okay, so first off, if we don't take one of these catchers, we have to take the last two. Now that may not be a disaster. I don't like either of these catchers.
These catchers are really bad.
Try having two starters in the OTP or draft in the silver round. Yeah, that can be rough also.
Should we take Kurt Schilling?
If he had any pitcher, BABIP.
Yeah, it's probably just too bad. I guess we just take one of the catchers.
Shouty might even be better.
Maybe. Probably we just take one of the catchers.
Who's your least bad catcher here? Dickey, I guess?
I guess. Oh, whichever one has more ability, probably.
You know, okay. Is it completely crazy to take Max Muncy here?
Where is he playing? Third? No, it's not. But it does. I mean, we're locked in a lot,
right? I think
right?
he'd be our DH.
We have to take both catches in left, and if we actually are in a place where we need good cards, and if we get good cards in the two catches, we can't take them.
All right.
So I think it's probably a catcher.
Well,
Jeff Blauser
is good. That's one.
All right. Silver round's a little better so far.
Unfortunately,
we still have no pitchers.
Unfortunately, we have to pick two this round, which is going to be.
How bad is Hiroki Kuroda? He's pretty bad. I think he's like 40 pitcher BABIP.
How much did you like Schilling?
Not much. Is this better than Schilling? He has home run prevention instead of stuff. It's probably a little better.
But only 63 stamina. Well, okay. To be fair, we have invested heavily in the bullpen.
That's true. We also have two starting pitchers right now.
Okay. Pagan is not a complete disaster with his 84 range.
He has no honor, no power, no bat.
It's Kuroda, isn't it?
I think it's Kuroda. I mean, this Colt Keith is a decent card, but we don't really need him.
Yeah, drafts like this certainly motivate my Mondays, yes. This is very much a Monday-style draft, you know.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, no.
Okay, Nolan Ryan's good. I like that card.
I think it's Ryan and Stanky, except that Gordon only plays second.
Yeah, we need an outfielder. But we have none. Okay. Can we play Bill Hall in center field and take Zoilo, who has a ton of range?
Can we play Billy Hoft? He has 48 stamina, though.
Is he a starter? Does he have 3 pitches? Can we start him? Oh, he's a starter. He's listed as a starter.
He's a starter, but he has 48 stamina.
All right, let's take him. We have 3 relievers. Why not? Maybe we'll get a Dave McNally or something.
I actually kind of like Stanky just over Gordon.
He's probably better, but I don't know if it's worth a pick to do that. We need outfielders so badly.
This is also our second to last catcher, by the way.
Oh, I'm fine skipping him, I think.
You say that
pretty bad.
You say that now.
And maybe it's actually right to just take him because we have no other good options. Oh no, this card.
Wow.
Yeah, probably. We could take Stevenson.
All right, maybe we just take the catcher just to be safe. This is.
He's a righty. Dickey's a lefty. We can platoon them.
The good news is the Iron Rounds. You know the Bronze Rounds have to be better than this.
Oh, we got Bronze Jackie's actually a good.
Bronze Jackie's good. Nestor's good. Kuzava's pretty good. Probably Nestor. Actually.
Yeah, probably Nestor.
Nestor's probably our 5th starter.
Nestor's probably a starter. Yeah.
Nestor's probably our 3rd starter.
Yep.
All right,
All
that's
right.
we got one. We got a good round.
Just hope for McNally and Giolito.
All right, hold on. Oral's good.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh boy.
Lolich isn't horrible. We really do need like an outfielder.
Yeah, we have. Well, okay. Robinson's playing first now, so probably Berkman's playing right, I guess. And Hall's playing center, and Blau's playing short. Yeah, that looks right.
Lolich is not horrible if we just want to get
Yeah, let's
another
take
reliever.
Lolich. I think Lolich is fine.
All right, we're gonna find an outfielder somewhere by default.
Um, well,
Okay.
Beltran plays one position, but it's not the worst card.
Well, Beltran plays one position and it's DH.
That's true. Okay, Storm Davis is fine, right? I think Storm Davis is a decent pitcher.
Yeah, Storm Davis we're happy with. Leslie Green is also fine.
Well, he plays the outfield really badly, but he does it.
I'm kind of tempted to just go pitcher, and we're gonna have to take 3 outfielders in the iron round.
How many outfielders do we have left?
3.
Okay.
Let's see. Chat likes Turley
Oh
instead.
yeah, Turley's actually also decent. Turley's decent, I think.
So I like Turley better as long as we don't need Green to play outfield.
Which we
All
might.
All right, we'll do it.
Oh wait, Dylan Tay's better than both of those guys.
All right, 3 outfielders. We're taking 3 outfielders here. Let's do it.
Okay, actually, this Woody Held plays outfield. And is
Actually,
better
yeah,
than any
Held is a
outfielders.
good outfielder.
Yeah. So it's Held and
Denorfi is a good
Denorfi is
defensive
fine.
outfielder.
Yeah.
Our last catcher, by the way, would have been not so good. So that's
Okay.
good.
We made a good choice on that one then.
Roland Office. Wow.
That's
we
not
have
a
2
great card.
one-position outfielders. I guess do we?
Arnovich. No, we're not playing at 40 and that.
Okay,
Arnovich has to be better.
Held plays center. Denorfia plays center. Bill Hall
Berkman
plays
plays center. Bill Hall plays center. Yeah, it's fine. We've got enough center fielders.
All right.
Bill Hall is actually probably our starting center fielder.
So I think it's Arnovich, and then
Some pitcher, whichever one is them.
wanted another. Well, you know,
We definitely need
Carlos Santana plays catcher.
We definitely need at least. We don't need a catcher though. I don't think. We definitely need at least one more pitcher.
This
We probably
Carlos
should take.
Santana doesn't really play much.
We probably should take 2 more pitchers actually.
Go with 14.
Did I miscount? Oh, I miscounted.
We have
Yep,
12.
never mind. Just
We
one.
have 12
Just
now.
one. Yep. 8 plus 1 plus 3 is 12.
Maybe it's Pineda and then Stevenson's a first baseman.
I think Jackie's our first baseman.
Yeah, I think we're actually going to take Roland Office then, aren't we?
I guess. I mean, Santana's the best hitter.
What if? Okay, you know what? I think the answer is you take Santana and Office, and you just go with 12 pitchers.
With all our low stamina bad starters, I don't know. That seems dangerous. I mean, in the end, it doesn't matter.
Can Fernando Cruz play the outfield?
We can. That's a decent looking live, though. I've seen worse live pitchers.
All right, we'll go with Fernando Cruz. I mean, realistically, if this draft beats anybody, it's going to be because we got a first round bye. Let's be honest here. I mean, we've done some bad drafts on stream.
Yeah, this is.
That may be the worst draft we've done on stream.
Yeah, I think so. This is. I mean, there's really no redeeming quality of this. Our best pitcher is probably Silver Nolan Ryan.
Our best pitcher might be Live Class A.
Well, I mean, best starter.
Can you start?
I think. Take start. No. I don't think so.
All right, I think we've spent enough time on this draft.
I do think, by the way, the AI manager is playing Lance Berkman in center. That should be fun.
You know what?
Whatever. Just leave it.
I actually don't think that's worth correcting. Do you?
Yeah.
No. You know what?
It doesn't really matter.
I think after the way that went, I think we should do one more draft.
Okay. It can't be worse.
I think
right?
we should do one more draft.
It
So
can't
you
be
say
worse.
it can't be worse, but I am a little bit worried that the game may take that as a challenge.
Couldn't even find worse cards to give us.
You know, I mean, the thing you have to realize is, I grew up as a Red Sox fan. So when you say it can't be worse, the answer is it can always be worse.
Fair enough.
But yeah.
Oh, Mr. Black says 6 more for the live cap. Okay. 6 more. We can do it.
All right. 1997. No DH.
Okay.
Let's go. All right. Who do we want in this? The answer is pretty much anything we didn't get last time.
Yep. Okay. No DH is important to remember that.
All right. Well, this is better than last time.
Much better than last time. We have a couple real options.
I think it's just Jackie, but
it is Jack. I mean, it's the wrong era for him, but he's still really good. So
I think it's just Jackie.
I think it is
Heavy
Jackie.
Johnson's not a bad one for perfectos or something, just because of all the positions. No. But I think it's just Jackie. All right.
Yep.
Much better start. We actually got a card we're excited about.
Yeah, both Lolich and Johnson are also.
How about the diamond round? Well, actually, this is not bad either. So this Shelton's not horrible. I think it's Chipper's bad though, right?
Yeah, Chipper I think is a good deal better than Shelton.
Splits are a little funny, but it's just a good bat.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, again, it's kind of the wrong era, but
yeah,
oh well.
We're willing to run him at third, but otherwise we'll run him at DH.
Yeah, that looks good to me.
All right, we managed to get through the diamond rounds okay here. This is
wow.
Already the most promising draft we've had.
Actually, really good. Okay, I will say I don't hate Old Hoss Radborn in drafts because of all the stamina, but this is pretty good.
I don't hate ending up with Haller. I don't hate ending up with Seth Beer, but I think we're going James Wood.
Yeah, it's definitely Wood. Wood is like probably the second or third best card we could get. Yeah. So
we like our big bats.
Yeah, and his defense is also not even that terrible.
All right, can we get a better gold round?
Yes. Well, we already did.
So, let's see. All right. So Apier certainly playable.
Yeah, I think Apier looks fine, especially with all the home runs. You can't hit, which is unfortunate.
I wouldn't have hated Looper. I wouldn't have hated Ottavino. I don't hate Dave Smith. This Murray is probably the most playable Eddie Murray.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Jim Sundberg I also don't think is such a terrible option, but it's probably Murray.
I think we're fine running Murray. I mean, also,
yeah.
He's sort of a switch hitter. He's really verse right, but remember that the pool in drafts does tend to be pretty righty heavy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly, Rob dear. We like big bats. We cannot lie.
Yep. All right, that one looks fine.
Hey, we got this is like so much better of like a draft.
Okay, this one's actually pretty good.
All right, we actually have a tough choice here. So I think Trout's like an S tier card, but Tettleton's
yeah, we're definitely taking Trout.
And Collins is up there, and also this Frank Owen is great for the era as well.
Even that the Kemp and Zobrist are not such bad choices.
Yeah. All right, I think Trout for sure.
Definitely Trout.
So the question is, Tettleton's great for the era. So is Frank Owen. I think those are probably the two to decide.
Yeah, those are the two, I think. Okay, we have one starting pitcher at the moment. We don't get it. Does Frank Owen hit at all?
No. I mean, well, for a pitcher, no.
It's not terrible, but yeah, it's not great.
I mean, his nickname's Yip, so unless that was about his golf game, I think it means he doesn't hit.
Yeah. I think it
might be Tettleton.
I think I actually might take Owen. I feel like we get kind of locked in, especially with no DH taking Tettleton.
Well, you have him running. You certainly would run Tettleton at catcher, but I mean he's a really good catching option for the era. With like power and eye. Yeah, it's
true. Everything really either of those is probably fine.
All right, what do you think? Like what do you think, chat? Tettleton or Owen? I'm thinking. I do like our big bats.
Yeah, Tettleton is probably fine. Just try to out-hit everyone. I don't mind it.
Tettleton's a big bat.
People are saying Owen.
Chad is saying Owen.
I don't think there's. I think either one is probably fine. I think probably Tettleton is a better card, and Owen is a bit more flexible.
Yeah. What do you think? We go with Chad or do we go Tettleton? We do like our big bats.
How many catches have we seen? 4.
There's number 4.
I don't know. Owen always seems to do worse than I think he should. So
All right, then we'll go Tettleton. We'll
maybe Jay Tettleton.
go with the big bat. It's on brand, if nothing else. Oh, and speaking of big bats, you know I got to take Joey Bats, right?
Yeah, that's a good card. Where is he? Oh, he's fine. We play him in right and we play Wood in left. Okay, that works.
Play him in right, yeah. Or you play Wood. Maybe you play Wood in center and Trout in left, even. I guess you want Wood's bat in the lineup more. You play Wood in left.
Yeah.
Actually, what I'd like to do is no. There's no DH. Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay, Ricky's not horrible.
We can't play him though. We have to take a picture, I think.
Oh, there's Ron Davis. Christian Javier is not a bad live, actually. This is actually a really good live.
It's a pretty good live. It's a little bit wrong for the era, but not that wrong. How bad is Andy Ashby?
Not bad. Little low stamina.
Okay. Yeah, I think Ashby probably.
Fine with Ashby. We got our big bat at least. So
yeah, that's fine. We're gonna hit a lot.
Chat's biased toward Owen. I think we'll find some silver pitching in this. Hey, all right. Well, first off, I think we're taking Eric Davis. We'll figure out where to play him, but we're taking,
it's a bit.
No, you know what the answer is? James Wood plays first.
We could also just platoon him with Batista since Batista hits righties so well.
Yeah, but I think anyway we're clearly taking Eric Davis.
Yeah.
I'm curious, does Jose Canseco have pitching ratings?
I think as of the Tampa versions, probably not.
Little bit.
Little few.
0 stamina though.
Oh yeah, Blue with Silver. That's a good point to change it back to that show ratings.
Oh, sorry.
I keep forgetting that's even an option.
Me too. So Chad Model is a good backup. I actually kind of like this Mike Moore card a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think we need more outfielders, so probably a reliever or a pitcher of some kind. Yeah, Mike Moore. Even Marmol.
How scary is Marmol in this era?
Very.
Too scary?
Probably too scary. Probably. Yeah, probably Mike Moore. Even this Louis Dula, I guess.
He's not a bad reliever. I think we probably need the starter if we can. Are we okay running Mike Moore as a starter?
I don't love it, but I think we're going to have to.
We'll see if we can move him to the pen. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Velasquez is actually a pretty good option for this round.
Yep, and then probably Bubba Harris is a pretty good reliever.
I think I might like Koshivar. Well, for the era, though.
Yeah, and 10 extra stamina.
Here's the comparison. Because I like that 86 BABIP.
Yeah, it is nice, but I think probably the home run is going to be pretty good in 97. I think I'd go for Harris.
It's worth looking at this Mitchell Page as well a little bit.
Yeah, that's a good hitter, but we're sort of out of outfield.
Yeah, Connor is not bad. Bummer has
We
the
need
right shape.
We need a shortstop, really. But
all right, I think let's do this. We'll find it. I'd love to find 2 starters in this round. Well, all right, Christian Hernandez is the shortstop. We got the shortstop we wanted.
We did not get a starter, though.
Larry Walker's just a good card.
It is a good card, but the
problem is that means Batista would be playing third, I guess.
And then where Chibbers is not playing, that doesn't seem right. We really could use a pitcher here, but we didn't get one. I almost want to take Oswald Peraza.
I think Frankie Austin would work better. Oh, we only plays one position.
I think Pablo Torrealba has very, very low pitcher rev, I'm pretty sure.
Very, yeah, he's
Yeah,
not the one you're
not playable.
trying to find.
Um, yeah, I don't mind Peraza.
McCutcheon's not bad, except he's only one position.
Yeah, I feel like we have outfield covered at this point. We don't really need any more.
I sort of feel like the answer is Larry Walker. And
So
even though it's covered, the idea is that with no DH, we're going to want pinch hitters anyway. And he's going to be basically our top pinch hitter plus.
I guess I mean sort of my idea is I want to save having to take a backup infielder in the bronze round when we could get a good pitcher. But
Right, but we don't have. But if we don't have a pitcher here, because I don't think you get enough. Well, the glove's not horrible from Peraza, is it?
he's not going to hit, but he plays backup to all three positions, and then we don't have to worry about infielders anymore.
Okay, all right, we'll try it. We could use a little bit of pitching, and you know what we got? We got a little bit of pitching.
Yeah, we got
I think
good
we just
pitching.
take Treadwell and Wood, don't we?
I will say we did get 4 catchers in this round, but yes, it's just actually Garland I think might be better than Treadwell even.
Let's do the comparison.
Well,
A little bit different shape.
they're pretty close. Yeah.
Well, the big difference is that Treadwell's real splitty.
Does Treadwell hit? He might hit.
Let's look. Well, he certainly hits for a pitcher.
Yeah, that doesn't mean a lot, but it's no DH, so maybe he'll get an at bat.
He's got a lot more stamina. All right, I think it's
Yeah, all
Treadwell.
right, let's take Treadwell.
Yeah, I think it's Treadwell.
Yeah, I like Treadwell.
Sacks is 0 positions.
Well, what is Sax's infield arm rating?
Yeah, I should look. Okay, so we are short on pitching still.
Yep.
Does Gumpert have any? Gumpert has a little pitcher BABIP. He's probably fine.
Sure, that looks fine. It's a little scary with the home runs, but
I completely agree with the suggested role here of borderline starter.
borderline starter. Yeah. Borderline is doing a lot there.
Um,
Ryan
I'd
Stanek,
like a
I think,
second pitcher.
Ryan Stanek might be okay. I think.
Yeah, he's got some pitcher BABIP. All right, Stanek it is. All right, this is at least a much more competitive draft than the ones we've had.
Well, it can't be worse than the last one.
Second to last catcher here is Stubbs.
I'm happy to wait. We might get Jeff Mathis.
Well, Stubbs plays second, left, and right in a pinch with a bat.
Yeah, we have all this stuff covered, though. I don't think we need that.
I was just saying we could take him and still take Mathis.
That's true. Fair enough. How many pitchers do we have? 9. So we probably take one other pitcher. So I guess probably Wandy
This
Peralta.
is 97, so we could run 11 pitchers if we want.
Yeah. So I guess we don't have to take a pitcher. I think Wandy Peralta is the best of the lives.
Yeah, I think so.
Card looks okay.
Let's see, Kunkel's not bad.
You're on your...
Maris isn't bad.
Do we have no third base, second baseman? Oh yes, that's a very good point. We 10 second baseman and we don't have one, so we should take a second baseman.
No, we have Jackie.
No, we don't have a. Oh, we do have back. We've also have Peraza. Yeah, we're fine.
We have Jackie and Peraza.
That Joe Morgan's actually a pretty decent card, though.
He gets on base. You know I like that.
Yeah.
Technically, Garrett Stubbs plays second.
Technically.
What's his range?
I don't hate Stubbs. I don't hate Stubbs.
His range,
I think either Stubbs or Morgan.
37 range.
Yeah, that's not great.
So he doesn't really play second.
It's not actually such a bad catcher, though.
I think we should go Stubbs, but still draft Mathis because we know the way this draft is going. We're getting Mathis.
Oh yeah, right here, Jeff Mathis.
All right, should we do it Stubbs and then we're drafting Mathis?
Yeah, drafting Mathis anyway.
Let's see. Show me Mathis. Okay, well it's not Mathis, but I think this is actually a pretty good iron round.
Yeah, I'm happy with this.
Like Sutton's really good.
Yeah, I like Sutton.
Jared Dyson's great for an
Yep.
iron. Uh, Granny's not bad. Okay,
I,
we want at least one pitcher, right?
I like. Well, we have Sutton. I think that's plenty. Oh, we probably should take another one. Our starter's not very good.
Thormallen's also
Thormallen's
not
fine.
bad.
Yeah, I would take Thormallen and Hamner, and then some other player.
So if we run Hamner, it just means that Peraza might not be the primary backup.
Yeah, well, Peraza can also just back up second and third. Hamner can help with short. And then maybe we want an outfielder, some kind.
It's not quite
Does
clear.
Jonathan,
It's not quite clear what we want.
does Jonathan Davis run at all? I think he's pretty fast. In real baseball, at least.
Not so much here.
No. It's not a bad card,
I
though.
think we want a first baseman ideally, but I'm not sure we've got one.
Oh, yeah, I guess we have Wood to back up first. But that's kind of it, huh?
Well, Tettleton might play first.
I don't think this version does. I think the silver does, though. But not this, yeah. Oh, he's qualified to appear. Okay, that's fine.
We could take Stassi as a better catcher.
Not sure he's even a better catcher. I think I might take Davis. Or even Skizos probably is okay.
Just to give you the extra third baseman.
Either one
I
of
think
those,
Davis
I guess.
is the better player, but that would be...
Oh, his defense is a lot better. Yeah, maybe it is Davis.
But we're also taking Dyson, who's going to be the defensive.
Oh, that's true. It's true. It's true. Okay, yeah. Let's go over Skizos then. Unless we were going to play Tettleton as our backup first baseman untrained, then we should probably take Stassi.
All right, I think we can do this. All right, I gotta say, of the drafts that we've done, this is definitely the best.
Definitely the best.
We're still going out, early, I'm sure, but so we're
I don't know that's going to help.
So probably Apier's the ace. I mean, the pitching's not great. I guess Velasquez is the 2. I'm just not. I mean, the pitching's what it is, but we're gonna hit.
We will hit. We'll hit pretty well, I think, actually.
So how are we actually going to manage this? So I think Hernandez is clearly the starter here. It's short.
Yeah, I think we want Bautista and Davis to platoon probably in right field.
Yeah, I think
Jackie
that's right.
should not be backing up first. That's not right.
Yeah, I'll fix the backups in a second. And Bautista can back up third then this way also. Christian Hernandez starting both ways. Well, who are other first base options? It's Jackie and it's Wood actually.
Yeah. So that's fine. I mean, our outfield.
Okay, I think I prefer Davis in center and Wood in right here.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Sorry.
Oh, we filled live cap.
All right, apparently. We filled live cap. So I'm going to declare the stream a mild success.
All right, it's preparing now.
So we can look at how everybody did, and we can do the roast my team thing. Congrats, everybody! We made it.
We did.
Is this about what we want?
I think I'd play Wood at the backup first baseman here too, but
I guess is this the better? Maybe
also
Trout's the center fielder and Wood's the left fielder here.
Yeah, I wonder. Also, probably we should. Oh, I guess it's fine. Then we could also have Bautista back up third here instead of Hernandez to get Davis in the lineup more. But either way, I guess we're kind of overtaxing somebody, so it probably doesn't matter much.
It's fine. All right, I'm not going to worry too much about lineup stuff. I think we're.
Yeah, I just go with the auto set is good enough.
This is totally the best draft we had. Much better than the Monday Motivation, which I would say is not, super.
It would be surprising to me if that draft were not the worst team that had no Jim Unknowns on it.
I think that is quite possible. All right, well, we're at least at preparing, so... someone wanted us to look at their Silver Floor Diamond Seal.
Oh, yeah, I think that was...
this is preparing.
That was...
We can
J, I
totally.
think.
All right, so we should
Yes.
totally do. Roast your roster. What do you hate about this roster? Uh, Actually, what we should do, since we've got mine up, roast my roster. What do we hate about my roster here?
Okay, let's
What do you hate
see.
about this roster?
I wouldn't play Hunter Brown. I like the rest of the pitching staff.
All right, so here's the Hunter Brown that I'm running.
I guess he
So
has an 0.50 ERA, so maybe it was a good choice.
uh, that's fine. But so, what don't you like about him? Is it mainly the 68 stamina, or is it
It's
also
the
that you think
stamina,
we
and I
can do better?
just basically think you can do better. I would just play Ben McDonald. I
Okay,
think.
so you'd try to find 2 point. I think I was up against the cap probably. So I got to take two
Yeah,
points from
if you
somewhere.
can't find 2 points, then it's probably fine. You could also play, I guess, the 91 Louis Tiant in that spot.
But I'm
He has
running
more
I'm running
stamina.
a somewhat deep pitching staff, so I think if I wanted to find
Okay,
2 points, I think I could drop 2 points. Donovan, Jackson, Glavin, or even Liberatore.
yeah, you could definitely feels like you could find a couple of points
So I
here.
think it's possible to find points. All right,
Yeah,
and what do you hate here about the rest of the build?
well, I think we know one of them I'm not going to like. Um,
Not a Josh Donaldson fan.
I'm a Josh Johnson, but I like the rest of it. I mean, I would probably play Smalley over Valentin, but
Yeah, I
I
think
don't
we
have a
discussed
major
that
preference
one.
there.
So the other option I had with Donaldson was Bregman. That's the other card I liked there.
Um, I don't love Bregman that much either. I would just play Gold Chipper, I think.
Just
Um,
go with the bat.
yeah,
Let me see how Donaldson. So the bat has not been good. Is his glove at least? No, no. I would say his glove has not done much.
not great.
All right.
Yeah, if you play Gold Chipper, that saves 9 points, and then you can put in. Well, I like Cuellar, but I guess you don't have one, so that's can't do
If I
much
had
about that.
Cuellar, yeah. And Jelly Bay, I think, wanted us to roast his roster. Do you know which team he is,
Yes,
though?
I believe is Midgar Midoriya. He can correct me if
And
I'm
I
wrong.
am playing the Eternia Skeletors next, which is running actually the rotation that you want to run. So it'll be
Pretty much. Yep.
So we're gonna find out. Oh no, they're also running Hunter Brown, but they're running him out of the pen.
Okay. I wouldn't do that either, probably, but how
So
about that,
which team
everybody?
did you say they are? They
Yeah,
are.
Midgar Materia.
All right. All right. Roast their roster. What do you think
Okay, I
here?
like this starting rotation.
Well, I think the starting rotation's definitely deeper than mine. One part, I don't have the Mark Burley and I don't have the Mike Scott, and both are excellent cards.
I would really like to find some points to play Robin Roberts, but I don't see an easy way to do that.
Yeah, so I think the one thing I would do here. So let's look at the era, right? It's modern era. Yeah, it's modern era.
Yeah.
So I do look at the pen, and I sort of feel that like the pen, at least in high leverage situations, it's going to come up enough that I think it's worth trying to find one really strong pen card, even with this build. Um,
Yeah. I mean, I'm sort of happy to make Roberts that card, generally.
I think you can make Roberts that card. So you could do, for example, Fulmer is 74. Maybe if you replaced like Fulmer and yeah, I think I would be willing to take Fulmer, let's say Holtzen or Force. You know, like I think I'd be willing to downgrade both in order to get
Yeah, I
one
mean,
really high
definitely.
end.
I
Yeah,
guess you could take off Fulmer, Force, and Holtzen and play a 78 and like 271s. That's probably better.
yeah, I could see that. Um, I mean, just because I think you want one really high end, because you can kind of see that what kind of ends up happening is you don't really have like one big bullpen arm. And even if you had to downgrade a bat a little bit, I think finding one's probably worth it. But having said
Yeah,
that,
I
the
mean,
starting pitching is going to be great.
I do like the 73 Jansen quite a lot for a silver, so
Yeah, I think
that's a very good
I think
silver.
like Roberts Jansen. I think I'm running. I'm probably running. Oh, that's right. I took out Jansen because I wanted to run Clippard and Liberatore. Is what I did.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I think I'd probably take out Liberatore for Jansen and some other pitcher. I don't know which one
So
exactly.
the reason I ran Liberatore was because I wanted to be able to run an opener, which is a weird choice in a cap.
Uh-huh. Yeah, a little bit.
It's a weird choice in a cap, but I'm doing it partly to run the opener, but actually partly as a bullpen management thing.
Okay, I guess.
So just as kind of a way of like getting my starters about the right number of innings is sort of what I was trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, I generally just kind of like seeing, like, I mean, to Mr. Black's point, that we should, it's sometimes good to get, even numbers of relievers. Sometimes you don't need that because if your starter throws a lot of pitches, a lot of innings, then you can get away with fewer relievers. So sometimes I just like seeing if my starters can manage to kind of make it through 8 innings or something, and then I don't even need a reliever for that game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my feeling is that I want a high leverage guy, but not every game is going to need a high leverage guy, and so I'm willing to sometimes roll the dice with one.
Yeah,
But two would, but like 1.5 would be nice.
yeah, which I think is short of done, right? You have Robertson, Clipper. That seems
Yeah,
to be
because like
kind
I
of
said,
too relatively.
Liberatore is really an opener, and like I said, I'm not going to fool anybody because in a cap, you probably have pretty much the same lineup both ways anyway. But
Yeah,
I'm really running him as an opener, just with the idea that I want him pitching sort of first innings in moderately high leverage situations consistently.
yeah, fair enough. Yeah, Mr.
Um,
Black, I don't think you really need that much stamina. Newcomb often makes it through the whole game because he's just so good, even though he's only 83. You can actually push these guys quite a lot. Like, stamina is very non-linear in the number of pitches you can throw. Like, Newcomb can throw 100 plus and be fine.
yeah. Well, you can see what he's got out in Newcomb. He's got, yeah, probably closer to 6 or 7 most of the time. It looks like.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually what he'll do. But I mean, you could push this card even a little more, I think. Like, you could probably get this guy to throw 105, 115 pitches in a game, and, make it
The
to
card
only
that I'd expect to throw a
98. But
lot is Burley because he's just so efficient pitch wise.
yeah,
Yeah, see Burley. I mean, this is the Burley I remember. 94 pitch complete game. So I think these control guys also, the really high control guys, low stuff, and so forth. Like Burley, they tend to be able to go deeper in games, and that's one of the reasons I end up
yeah.
liking that shape in some of these cap tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, I don't generally mind it if my starter is like pitching on 97 or 98%. I don't really care.
No, it's just how deep he goes. Like this Scott is
Yeah,
sort of the opposite shape, and so you see his 100 pitches is sort of getting him through like 5 innings, 7 innings.
right. But I mean, like I would be pretty comfortable having letting all these guys throw 115 pitches in a game. They might not get back to 100%, but they get to 97 or something, and I'm perfectly
Yeah,
happy
I
with
think
that.
that's fair. Um, all right, and then the lineup here. What do we think? So you really like his choice of Smalley. We were
I
talking
like
about that.
Smalley. I don't love Incaviglia.
Yeah, I think Incaviglia is the only one that I'm not a big fan of. Tettleton and Romo is kind of it's
That's
it,
fine.
it's a more offensive choice than I think what a lot of people are running, but it's probably going to be fine, and you're going to get a little bit less penalty for the low catcher ability. I think. Sorry, no, this is modern. Yeah, sorry, I was thinking it
Yeah,
was.
yeah. I think that generally my preference would be to play either Gehrig or Fox at DH and find some other person to play third. Again, I keep bringing up Gold Chipper, but you can play Gold Chipper and save 9 points. I don't really think you've changed your roster that much.
Yeah, Incaviglia is a nice bat for a DH, but I think Fox is a better bat at a DH and a little bit cheaper.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate this. It's not the worst, but it's probably not what I would do.
No, it's just like looking for little edges because,
Yeah,
for example, if you were able to steal a few points that way, then you could have done something like, upgrade one of the catchers or upgrade one of the
right.
bullpen arms or something like just a way to steal a few points.
Yeah, yeah. It probably doesn't change that, but yeah, it saves you probably, I don't know, 5-10 points.
But yeah,
Um,
definitely a solid roster.
Other than
So
that, it looks. I mean, I guess probably running Green and Davis seems a bit redundant. I
yeah,
don't
I
know if
guess
you need both of those.
I guess you could just run Davis, and then maybe
Yeah,
save a few points on the second backup.
Well, or just try to, like, because right now it looks like, it's two backups for outfield and one backup for all the infield.
No, oh, I see. Because you're running
Oh,
Julian.
it's Julian
Here's the
at
thing: is I
third.
think you could just run him. I actually don't think it's crazy to run him as your DH.
It's not. Um,
Like the bat's pretty good. So let's say you ran him as the DH instead of Incaviglia. That would give you like 25 points to be able to add, say, Roberts and Clippard. I think you could get for that, and then you have two really high-end bullpen arms.
yeah, I mean, I think at the very least, I would take Green off the roster and try to find some kind of more versatile backup who can play
Well, let's
both
say you
infield and
actually
outfield.
Green's 78. So let's say you took Green off the roster for Maddox, who's free in this format,
Well, I
and
don't actually think Maddox is maybe the card I would try to look for.
well, I was
Um,
just thinking for a 70 because then you basically get Roberts in return.
yes, that's true. See what's I feel like the card that this roster wants is some kind of like multi-position infield outfield backup kind of thing.
I could see that, yeah.
Which as a 70, who would that be?
It's got to be exactly a 70 if we want Roberts, right?
Well, yeah, we could cut some points by getting rid of Holton, or for
No, but
example, or Force.
sure, but let's say we wanted exactly at a 70. So we'll look at 70s. Um, Actually, I've got Maddox pretty high up there for 70s.
No, I like Maddox as a 70, but I don't like the way he fits on the roster at that point.
Um,
But I'm not also finding anyone else who I'm really liking for that
if you
spot.
want,
So
well, if
maybe
you want more of a bat, there's this Cuckoo Christensen that just came out as well, this tournament edition.
I know I like Maddox as a card. I just don't like I don't like the way he's fitting on the roster as much.
Does Brandon Marsh play multiple positions? The live
He
Brandon Marsh is
does.
actually
It's a good
not
card.
bad here.
Yeah.
Does he put? No, does he play in? Okay, well you can
He doesn't
stick him
play
at first
infield.
base.
Yeah, I'm not coming. So maybe there just isn't one. I'm not really coming up with one that I like.
Maddox is the one my model at least wants to grab.
Well, I mean, as a sort of utility kind of a player. So maybe Maddox is just fine.
The other utility option is Branch Russell. If you want like an infield outfield option.
Yeah, I don't love that card.
So I've got him as the top second base option almost by default from the 70s. But he's really a
Probably
bat.
just not really. Yeah.
He's really a bat, kind of not a glove.
Let me see. Can I find some card? Oh, it's too bad you can't. Dink is actually the card you'd want, but you can't run him.
Yeah, if Dink were eligible, he's exactly the card you want.
Yeah, so maybe there just isn't such a player. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, so I think I'd go with Maddox and then
Then Maddox is
and
totally
then
fine.
let yourself upgrade one of the others to Robin Roberts maybe.
Yeah.
Something like that. And if you wanted to upgrade one of the other bullpen arms, so you're willing to, steal an extra couple points, then I think there become more options. So, for example, if you could fit Grady Sizemore on the roster, that would be a much better, kind of 2.5 position outfielder. But now you've got to find 4 more points.
Oh, another card, by the way, that I think is interesting for this format is the new 72 Bobby Wallace, who doesn't hit at all, but has amazing defense.
Yeah.
The bat is terrible, but it's by far the best defense you're getting for 72.
All right. Let me ask you about another one. I don't think I can quite make it work, but just for this kind of format, is it completely crazy to think about this Luther Farrell?
I don't like him as a pitcher is the problem.
I don't love him as a pitcher, but the question is, do you like him better than the 70 pitchers? I think I don't.
No.
I think I don't,
No.
so I think I'd rather run Sizemore.
Yeah, I think the 70 pitchers are actually pretty good. You have Lyons and Odom and Guerrero. Yeah.
All right, I think we.
I wonder if maybe Willie Harding would be an interesting player to look at as a kind of utility.
All right.
It's not a great bat, but it plays good defense.
Well, let's take a quick look at the lives now that it fired, and then I think that's a good point to wrap up. We did our job. We got it to fire.
Got it to fire.
Well done to chat.
Good job, everybody.
It's a bit of a community project, but we made it.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's take a look at some live cap rosters and see how we're doing. But all right, I think we finally hit a good draft on stream.
Yeah, I mean, at least a decent one. You know, it's not going to be a world beater, but
Yep. Mr. Black still
certainly.
looking for an Otani. If anyone in chat has an extra Otani and can help out Mr. Black here.
I mean, let's check. I don't think I have one, but double check.
I know I don't have one because we just
I do not.
because we just bought one for this.
Yes, good point. I do not have.
No,
one,
no, we bought the Freddie Freeman. Sorry.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we bought Freeman. Not. Yep.
All right, so let's see who our opponents are. The Palatine Plutos. That's always a worrying team to draw. Who have not yet actually filled out their roster.
Okay.
So we don't know what they're up against.
We don't know. All right. Well, if the Palatine Plutos are here, let us know what you're playing, I guess.
And as for you, we can roast your roster.
Yes.
We pretty much had this discussion already.
Yeah, I mean, I made some different choices, but yeah.
So you mentioned you are playing Rodon.
Yes, I went for Rodon. I don't know if it's right. It's expensive.
And you also have fallen into the Joey Gallo at third base trap.
I really like the Gallo at third, actually. I'm very excited for that.
I actually am kind of excited about this, too. Like, it's totally the meta thing.
Yeah, so the thing I did that's sort of different from what we did was I basically full punted my bench. I have no Brett Phillips. I have no backups.
So, and what that let you do, it looks like, is, so compared with the build that we did, it looks like the big thing that let you do here is Rodon, and then also, I guess, you're running Nimmo where we punted one more infield position.
Yeah, and Franco also.
Yeah, you're running Nimmo and Franco, and we had to run Soto but punt second base.
Yeah.
Nimmo's a really good choice, for sure. I like the league rank thing where we just have no third baseman on the roster. Ours is, hey, we're ranked first at first base. That clearly means something.
That Freddie Freeman is better than all the other Freddie Freemans that everyone else is playing.
But my Joey Gallo is listed as 93rd.
Okay. Oh, that's the problem. Is I didn't actually change my Gallo's position to be third base. I just left him as a.
Oh, I thought it was very important to tell Joey Gallo that he's a third baseman. You know, there's the power of positive thinking, right?
You're a third baseman, Joe. You're a real third baseman.
Exactly. Just keep repeating to him that he's a real third baseman, and hope that he believes it. You know.
Yeah.
It does remind me of like we did have a guy that, you know, on our team that would just always DH, and you know, just due to like injuries and vacation stuff. You know, one game it turned out that he actually had to, like, you know, sit and play first base. And he sort of sheepishly had to explain that he actually hadn't brought his glove.
It's filled with the bat. That'll work. I mean, wasn't, you know, Ted Williams was known for, like, you know, taking swings in the outfield while playing defense, I think. So, or, like, you know, not without a bat, but, you know, just practicing, I guess.
Yep. Could be worse. I do remember Manny being, like, stuck in the monster.
Oh yeah, he would go back there sometimes, right? Just like
just
why not?
All right.
He actually got fairly good at playing left field defender, though, as I recall. At some point.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that he didn't have great range, but he actually had a really good arm and kind of a quick release.
and very good at cutting their throats from other outfielders.
Yeah, that too. No, but that's a lot of skill to playing the ball off the wall. Is like getting used to the bounce and having a real quick release.
Yeah, that's true.
Because if you play that wall right, you actually throw out a lot of runners going for second.
Right. Yeah,
Because
and I guess he played it almost 10 years.
everyone just figures like a wall ball is a double.
Yeah, such a strange ballpark, really.
Yeah, I think one of the really smart things the Sox did was they built basically a replica in the minors,
Oh yeah, their spring training stadium, right? Yeah, that makes sense.
so
That's
that
I think
so
that's
that they could actually get people some experience.
yeah, that definitely makes sense.
Um, all right.
Very
Anyway, who else? Is there another build we're gonna? Oh, we definitely
um.
want to highlight one more time the no defense
Oh
defense.
yes, you got to look at
Where
that team.
which team? It's an alt, right? So do you remember what team it
I
is?
don't know what it's. I don't know. Maybe Mr. Black. Oh, not Mr.
Here it
Black.
is.
Mr. Audit can.
It's the e-fence.
Oh, the defense specialist. Yeah. Yeah, we can look at Mr. Black's team too. All right. So
The
what do we got
e-fence
here?
specialists.
The defense specialist. Yep. This is
Well, Paul Goldschmidt is the best shortstop. Best shortstop they've got.
who are they
Yeah,
going up against? Who is the lucky winner?
the
The lucky
Moose.
loser, maybe.
The Moose.
The Moose. Okay.
So this is a solid build. However, I think the e-fence are going to do it.
I think the defense are gonna do pretty well. They have a lot of power.
I think the e-fence are actually, yeah.
Defense are gonna win
All
the whole
right.
thing.
Well, I'll ask chat, and then I guess I don't think we have time to wait for it. I think we should probably,
Yeah, probably not.
but we'll give chat just one last. Let's give one last poll.
Oh, we can look at Mr. Black's team. He's also in
We'll
here.
go furthest. We're about yeah. Let's see. Uh, let's see. We'll see who we think is going to go furthest. Let's see. The Baycat, the e-fence specialists. Which is Mr. Audit. All right. Any other teams we should throw in the poll here?
I don't know. It seems all right.
See who we think's going to go furthest. Who'd you draw in the first round, actually?
I don't know.
Let's take a look.
Find out.
Oh, that's right. We looked at this. Wait, this is the same team.
Oh, it's the same manager
There's the same manager.
and the same kind of build. Though this one only has 8 pitchers instead of 9.
So he's also okay. So it seems like
And he's-
his idea is
Missing 6 players.
that you can go short on players to really,
You might as well put
hit
the
top
40s
end
in
of the
though.
roster. I think you might as well, but I guess his thinking is he actually would rather run the players tired than have the manager use them.
I guess that I'm a little skeptical, but all right.
I'm a little skeptical too, but we'll see.
We'll definitely see.
Which is the one Mr. Black wanted us to look at? Do you know what team? What team is
It's
that?
the San Diego Reapers, I believe.
Well, I definitely don't fear the Reapers. But we'll see what they're up against. The St. Paul Penguin Painters. I don't think I've seen them before.
Not sure.
So let's see what they're running. So they're also currently showing 24 on the roster. But I assume that's going to get.
Yeah, it looks like there's some points to go here, so I'm guessing there's some player that didn't quite make it on the roster.
Yeah. Probably one pitcher and maybe one hitter.
Yeah, most probably.
Okay, so he did decide to pay up for Adley at catcher.
Yep. So he punted short instead of catcher.
Also reasonable, right? We didn't have a good chance. We didn't find a shortstop we were really thrilled with. We kind of half punted, right?
No,
No, we went Correa in there. That's right. We punted
yeah,
second.
I think Correa and Ahmed are both reasonable options for this.
Jose Ramirez, we talked about at third a bit. Buxton is your defensive option here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Trout is probably going to be better, but yeah, for defense, certainly Buxton will be pretty good.
I do have Buxton as the best diamond.
Yeah, I think I do also.
However, he's doing the totally non-meta thing. He's doing the totally non-meta thing of running Joey Gallo at a position that he's played before.
Yeah, well, I mean, he did play third in like the minor leagues when he first came up. So
yeah, no, but I think any team that plays Joey Gallo at first automatically that's got to be a loss, right?
Yeah, you have to play him at third, only third, clearly.
Yeah. I wonder. Okay, I'm now curious. Is anybody else playing Gallo at third? Is there a quick way to check this?
Not really, unless people have set the position, which not everyone does.
Okay, so I've set it to third. Has anyone else actually set it to third? No. Nope, just us.
Okay, I think it's actually pretty decent.
I think it's gonna work. All right, let's see how bad it is. Is Astor running him at third? That's how you can tell if it's really the right decision. Astor is running Gallo at first. He's running Gunnar Henderson at third, which is what we decided was the sensible thing to do.
I think that is the best thing to do.
It is the best
probably
thing to do, and it's sensible and boring and probably correct. All right, we're gonna ask our chat, which of these three teams is going furthest.
So I will say we all are playing Gallo, and none of us are playing Gallo at a position at which he's qualified. So
I'm telling you, that's the new meta.
Yeah, it's a good hitter. Definitely a good hitter.
Who is actually going furthest here?
I don't know. I think it's gonna be Mr. Audit. It's got to be.
No, it's clearly Mr. Owit.
Mr. Owit. Typo.
No, there's no D. There's no D.
Oh yeah. Very good point. Very good point.
That was intentional. No faith in the team we built on stream. It looks like.
Oh, it's okay. It's pretty split. It's pretty split.
Okay, to be fair, I think you probably have the easiest first round draw. Well, no, I might. Hold on. Actually, my opponents may not.
If your opponent does not submit a roster, then
I may get a C win.
Yeah, I'm quite confident that the roster put together will beat this team as currently entered.
If we don't beat this team, like there's something wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we were talking about, do you have a roster that can win a long series? And I would say against the team you're up against, you will win a long series.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, the thing that I've sort of, I have a little bit less bullpen. I only have one good reliever instead of two, or good. As much as an iron is going to be, and then I have no backups basically. So I'm just kind of hoping that my 40s will play all right and that they won't be needed that much.
Okay, well that sounds good. Anything else? I'm just looking at the list of teams, seeing if there are any teams that we've never seen before that would be fun to highlight.
Well, if anyone else is here in chat that would like us to take a look at their team,
still time for a roast your roster before we.
Yeah.
Oh, the e-fence specialist ended up last alphabetically. I wonder is it a space e-fence? Is that the way they did it? I wonder.
Maybe. Or some kind of special character. There's that character that takes up no room and still has a character.
Some kind of white space character.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not even a white space. It's just a character that doesn't take up any space. We got Mr. Black to run Trout over Buxton. Okay, Bluebird Silver Underground Turtle Bears. Madison,
Sure,
we got a
we'll take
couple.
a look at the underground turtle bears. Sure, I think the least we can do, since everyone helped us fill the tournament, is we can highlight a couple. All right, so this
Gallo is
also
again
yeah, go
not
ahead.
at third.
Okay,
Very
well
disappointing.
clearly this roster's losing because you've got Gallo in the wrong place.
Yeah,
He's a third baseman, or maybe a second baseman.
maybe a second baseman.
You're allowed to play him
Could be
at
a
second.
second
You're allowed to
baseman.
play Gallo at second. So clearly you got Gallo in the wrong play. You could just swap Gallo and like did Newtbar play left? Newtbar
Yeah,
must play left.
Newport plays left.
And then, I don't know, and then you let Gunner play first, and then Gallo plays third like he should.
Yeah, perfect.
Um,
Okay, so this, I mean, there's an interesting choice which we didn't discuss at all, which is Francisco Lindor,
yeah, Lindor is an
who
interesting choice.
was a lot of defense.
So this is your glove heavy option for sure.
Yeah,
Um, Also, I really like this Tyler Wells.
I do like Tyler Wells.
We didn't quite talk about him just because we sort of didn't quite find the 2 points, and so we went with Edwards instead. But the Turtle Bears are running both.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly, I think probably Edwards is a little bit better pitcher, but Wells has a lot of stamina.
Well, you see what they're doing, and Kopech as well. So they're running
Yeah,
kind of three of these high iron guys to really try to have a back end of the bullpen. Plus they also paid up a point here, so they're running the same kind of bullpen that we wanted to and just didn't quite find the points for.
right. Yeah, I mean, I guess they're sort of saving the points by playing Newtbar instead of Freeman. That looks like where most of the difference is coming from.
Yeah, and I do think Freeman's great. We'll see whether he's great enough to kind of make up for being two bullpen arms short, though.
Yeah, we'll
Like
see. I mean, he might just.
this is a pretty good choice.
Yeah, I don't think this. It's just sort of difference in roster construction
And
philosophy.
I think we
It's
can
not,
say, and we talked about Gunnar Henderson. I do think, as we were saying on stream, that like the actual right answer is probably Gunnar Henderson.
it probably is, but I mean, Gallo saves 9 points, which is pretty useful.
You know, yeah,
It could be worse.
it absolutely could be worse. You know,
We'll see. I mean, our two Joey Gallos at third will help everyone else's if people want to put him in.
I mean, look at third base. Do you want to know the terrifying truth, or do you just want to watch Joey Gallo hit dingers?
Yeah, I like dingers. Dingers are good.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and so the poll results very close to an even split. 3-2. But basically a tie between our team and the no defense. But
I'm going for the defense specialists. I think the defense
I
specialists are the favorite here.
I actually kind of think they might be. Okay, if nothing else, the defense specialists are definitely the fan favorites. And,
Oh yeah,
I think for managing to run, a weekly roster that actually fits the theme.
yes, it's the thing, and is not like just some silly thing. It's actually a pretty
Yeah, it actually
decent roster.
I actually think it's gonna win. Uh, I really want that to be the new live meta.
That would be great.
Um,
It's too bad there's no live PTCS. So we just have a PTCS where everyone plays no defense. That would be hilarious.
we could try to Attorney Lab format for this.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
So I see
guess
Turtle
the
Bears are
question is
also
fourth.
running. So the other place they found the bullpen is they're not running a deep bench. So Pache looks like the only like non-40 that they're running off the bench.
Yep. Yeah.
So that's another one where I think if I play them in a long series, then if I get to game 6 or 7, I'm probably pretty happy. But I have to get to game 6 or 7, and I might not.
Yeah.
We do need to bring back the Night of the Living Dead ball.
Okay, so the thing with Night of the Living, I've been thinking about that this year. pitcher BABIP is going to really, really, I think,
Oh
kind of
yeah,
wreck
pitcher
that
bat.
format.
That's true
Play
because it's
all,
just 100% pitcher BABIP.
yeah. I mean, it's going to be, I think, a little silly.
But
But
I
it will
think we
be
could
kind of
try
interesting
it. All right,
experiment.
and we wanted to look
Yeah.
at Madison Mashers. Let's look at the Mashers. Um, so this looks like a lot of cards we talked about as well. So this is
Yeah.
interesting. So they're running Urias, but actually as the high-end pen option.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think I would probably switch Urias and Gonsolin.
Just because Urias has more stamina.
And I think he's also better.
I could see that.
Um,
Ryan's excellent. We talked about him. We just didn't quite like the stamina, but we loved the card.
yeah.
So I like what we talked about Ryan Sheriff as well, and that he's worth maybe spending the 4 points for.
Yeah, I like that card.
He's splitty, and they're trying to run him as a specialist, which I feel like that's always tough in a cap because so the nice thing about running a specialist in a cap is if you can actually convince your opponents to pinch hit in response, you've pretty much won.
Yes, most of the time.
But the downside is, you kind of just may never get the situation to come up. So,
Yeah, it's a tricky one. Because I mean, obviously, Sheriff as a pitcher, you don't really want to face any righties. But yeah, it does expose your 40s a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we can look at the lineup also.
Yeah, they're actually doing something else here, which I assume is intentional, and is kind of an interesting thing to do in a lot of tournament formats. But I'm not sure I would do as often in caps, which is they're running basically righty starters and then lefty bullpen. Seems to be the other intent here.
Yeah,
and I think that's part of Urias as well.
Yeah, I'm. The thing is with this format in particular. I'm very scared of Trout and Judge. So
that could be true. I mean, I think the other thing is the idea of running the righty starters and lefty bullpen is normally what you're trying to do is you're trying to either get good bullpen matchups or force the other team to use all their pinch hitters, which means that fatigue management becomes tough in a long series with no off days.
Yeah.
The problem in a cap tournament is, like, for example, if you look at our sliders, we are actually I should even change these more for this kind of cap tournament.
Yeah. I
don't want to pinch hit. No, maybe for pitchers are fine. I don't want to pinch hit for position players, very often at all, because just our starters are much better than our backups.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably true. And I guess the other reason to do this whole one side starter thing is because you will tire out your opponent's lineup more quickly because they won't get sort of the built-in off days from platooning. But no one's platooning in this basically, so you don't get that either.
Yeah, so I think for that's why I just would look at running your best pitchers, more than anything else. I do kind of, when there's a platoon, I like the idea of running all starters on one side and all relievers on the other. I do think that's an effective thing to do when it's not a cap.
Yeah, I mean, I will say I do like all the individual pitchers that are being played here, so I don't have a problem with any of these choices.
Yeah, I think we talked about most of them. We didn't run Alexander, but you had wanted to point out how strong he was.
Yeah, I think that's a good card. Very splitty, obviously, but
yeah, a lot of these lefties are splitty, and so that's going to be, and we'll see. Let's see who you're up against. Are you up against a mostly left-handed lineup? You are not.
This one looks favored to me.
Yeah,
even with the lefties versus righties.
Does Joe Unknown bat lefty or righty usually?
I don't know actually. I have not checked that carefully.
Because I think if I remember correctly, at least the last time I looked, Joe Unknowns were actually real generated players.
Yes, they're real players that are really bad, and sometimes I think they even play out of position, which is great. Well,
that's the meta.
Yeah, that is the meta. That's true. Maybe that's the way to go then. I have to
So
say, I would like at some point as kind of an experiment to run a tournament where every team has no roster.
I think we tried to do that once, either last cycle or the cycle before, but then one or two teams didn't cooperate, and
Yeah, and then it gets ruined. Yeah,
they did a little bit better.
yeah. But I have no idea what would happen with a full Gym Unknown tournament.
Could try it in one of the 10K buy-ins.
I'm happy to do it if we can get all 32 teams in.
Yep. Um, all right. So looking at what else we got on this roster. Okay. So clearly this roster is losing because you're playing Gunnar Henderson at third base like you should instead of Joey Gallo like you shouldn't.
Yeah.
Let's see. So they are punting short, as we kind of had discussed was one of the places you can punt. So we didn't discuss Trent Grisham much, but I really like the shape of this card. I have him as one of the best silver options by far.
I do like Trent Grisham a lot.
The main thing is, I think, because he only plays center, I think he has to be a starter if you're going to run him.
Absolutely.
But they are running him as a starter.
Yeah, I guess if you're not playing Trout, that's probably a decent option. I think I'd probably rather just try to find points to play Nimmo.
Yeah, I think Nimmo is a good upgrade as well.
But I guess the thing here is that Rutschman is being played, so you have to find other places to save points.
But I do think Grisham's really efficient, so he's a good card. If you're looking at silver, I think he's a really good choice. Olsen, I also mentioned that I thought Olsen, if you weren't going to play Freddie Freeman, I thought this was the next best option pretty clearly, and you do save 8 points.
Yeah, I think Freeman's a good deal better. So this is the kind of card where it's a good card, but I don't think it's a card that I'd be wanting to play. I think I'd rather play Gallo at first and Nimmo in left here.
But Gallo's a third baseman.
Right.
Okay, he could play right. Let's see. The one card that I think I don't like so much here is this Tommy Edman. You get decent second base defense, but I just don't think the bat's nearly what you're hoping to get out of a gold second baseman. Like we were looking at, say, Ryan McMahon, and I can put up that comparison maybe.
Yep. I like Edman's defense, but I think if I'm playing a defense second baseman, I'd rather play one of the Silvers or Kreidler. It feels like Edman is some points, and you're not really getting much more bat.
Yeah, so I think, for example, like here's the comparison with McMahon, and I think you're getting a much, much better bat with McMahon.
Yeah, I agree.
And so I think that's enough. You do get better defense with Edman, but if you look at where the defense is coming from, it's only 7 points of range. It's mostly the turn double play.
But if you put him up against, like, let's say Oswald Peraza.
Sure.
I think what we're going to basically see is that Peraza and Edman are very similar bats and very similar gloves, and just 7 points different of overall.
I think that's about right. Yeah, I think actually I like Peraza's bat a little bit better.
Yeah, they're pretty similar. It's some avoid Ks and gap power for some home run power, and then the defense is basically the same.
Yeah. So I think Peraza is probably more efficient. So that's the thing. I think what you get from Edman. So let's say this were a high cap. So that you're actually running. Let's say we add 300 points to the cap or something. So that you're now looking at running some backups. Now, because Edman plays a lot of different positions and he can do so competently, he becomes a more interesting backup option, I think. I might still run Peraza, but there's kind of a range in which you want 5 or 6 positions.
Yeah, the center field is kind of not real, but yeah, it's at least you can stand there, I guess. You have to.
All right, well, I think we got a good plan. So maybe this is a good point to wrap up. Is there anything else we were going to look at?
I don't think so. We sort of covered it. I don't know, guys, if anyone has suggestions for future formats that might be interesting for us to look at.
Yeah,
free to.
we might do this again if we get something that kind of has trouble filling, or you know, uh, hopefully it's just helpful to kind of look at a little bit of this. And now if everyone's built something for this format, then you can run it again, at least for one more week, because then I suppose after the live update, the ratings will change a little bit.
Yeah, I think probably Otani is going to be a card you're going to want then
I
after
mean,
his
one
month.
thing I've seen is that in general, the live ratings updates this year tend to be pretty small. So if cards are only moving a few points, then you'll have to move your roster around the edges to get it to add up to 1700 maybe. But
Yeah,
the cards that are good will still probably be the cards that are good, just because the ratings don't seem to move as much in the updates this year as they have in past years.
yeah, that seems to be the case. And then sometimes we get like some new 40s or whatever that are really good, and then you just put those in for the old ones. But
All right,
yeah, for the most part,
actually here's a prediction. Uh, where is Ellie gonna go?
he's brand new, right?
Brand new card. Yeah, there's no current
Let's see
version of the
what
card.
Zips. Let's see what Zips thinks of him. I
Because
bet
if
it's
he
gonna think he's
because if
pretty
he's
good.
like an iron or something, he basically if he's anything silver or below, he becomes the best PT Live card in the game.
Probably. Oh, PT Live, yeah, but sure. Um, okay, Zips thinks he's gonna have a 90 WRC plus, and probably not a lot of defense. So I'm gonna guess
So
he's gonna
probably
be
high iron.
high iron or low bronze, yeah. But he's done really well. Maybe he'll get to a silver. I'd be very surprised if he was above a silver.
Okay, so he probably becomes a must-have card just for PT Live because he'll bring his purchase price back.
Yes.
He'll
Well,
be one of the few cards that brings his purchase price back efficiently in PT Live.
uh-huh.
Um,
Yeah, PT Live. Um, but no, I mean it's interesting because in previous versions, like I believe that when um, Vlad Guerrero Jr. got called up, he was a 100, which was interesting.
just immediately, you mean?
Immediately 100, and then he went down because he had a bad season. But yeah, it seems like, especially the last couple of years, that pretty much everyone is starting out relatively low, even if it's a player that is doing well.
Well, I guess it depends on projections because I mean Vlad was I'm trying to remember. I thought he was projected to maybe
Yeah,
not
he was
100
projected
level,
to
but he
be
was
a
definitely projected to hit.
he was projected to be a good major league hitter basically when he was called up, and then he didn't really hit amazingly the first two seasons. But yeah,
Yeah, there are a couple that are still confusing to me. I mean, Yuri Perez is actually really confusing to me, kind of where he ended up, because
yeah,
he was released as is, but so I don't think we ever saw the bronze version of him, right? He only came out as the iron.
I believe so. Yeah, I mean we had that with Tatis also.
But
I think
it looks like they actually rated him as starting as a bronze and then dropping 11 points.
I think kind of what goes on with these is that they get like every card that's sort of has Zips projections gets overall assigned to them, and then they can't release the card into the game until it appears in a major league game. But this 63 Yuri Perez existed. It was just kind of a ghost.
Okay, yeah, but then I'm a little bit puzzled, just because I would have expected him to go up instead of down from there.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, his May was not amazing. I mean, it was pretty decent, but his June was really good. So I suspect he's gonna. I mean, I guess it actually includes this terrible start he made yesterday against the Braves. So maybe that'll cut it down somewhat. But I would assume he's going to go up to a bronze or maybe even a silver at the month he had.
Makes sense.
He did pitch really badly yesterday though. He had 7 runs in a third of an inning.
That sounds like how I did in my game 5. One of these weeks we're actually going to win a game 5, maybe.
It'll happen eventually.
I hope so. To be fair, we're competing against some good teams. So,
Yeah, perfect league is tough.
all right. Well, we will see who ends up winning this. Yeah. Thanks everyone. Hopefully this worked pretty well to kind of get something filled a little bit earlier, and we've got some things to build. So
We got it filled 4 hours earlier. The other thing I'd like to point out is the OTP error cap is right now 17 out of 64. It fires in 15 minutes, and we built that on stream
that's
on Friday.
true.
So
I don't have a slot yet, but
well, your alt we built it on your alt. You can go into your alt
that's
again.
true. All right. I do have a draft slot. We could do it.
So if anyone's looking for a format to play, go check that stream out. We went through a lot of options there. It's a pretty accessible format.
Yeah, definitely. And if it has trouble filling, yeah, I'll throw the alt in now that we built one there. I'll do that. I'll do that now. Let's throw the alt in. Help it fill.
Yeah. Oh, you already got 3 people to enter. Look at that.
Or is it OTP era cap? All right. Yeah, and if anyone wants to sort of see what we built for that, you can check out the stream. I think the VOD is still up. I haven't posted them to YouTube yet, but I'll do that. So we'll see. We'll see what we'll do about the card review stream this week, because you said you're going to be away Friday, right?
Yeah, I'm going to be away on Friday, so I'm not going to do a stream then. But yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see what comes next week.
Yeah, so we'll either do it later, or if anyone's interested in being a guest host Friday, then please let me know on the Discord, and we can always bring in a different guest host for the
week.
Yeah,
absolutely.
See if we can go to the bullpen.
Good to get the viewpoints always. So
I see Christophoris is in here. If you want to do one, that would be a lot of fun, because you've always got some nice models and interesting ideas in there.
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good idea.
But I'll catch you off stream. I won't make you answer live. So
all
right, thanks everyone.
By the peer pressure now.
Is there anyone we can raid?
Let's see. Yeah, it looks like Escape V is on.
Well, no, Christopher. See, we don't have to do a 4-hour stream. We can do a quick stream. We just have to keep us on task.
We always say we're going to do a quick stream, and it never happens.
But we always intend to. So maybe if you're the guest host, you can keep us on task.
Yeah, I will. I mean, as not having streamed before the past couple of weeks, I did not realize the toll that talking 4 hours takes on your voice. It gets pretty rough.
But we never intend to. You know what we could do though? No, but seriously, if you're interested and you want to do a shorter one, we'll try to do a shorter one. Unless they release like a 200 card set or something. Or maybe we could tag team. If you could get, you could be the opener, and then we just got to find a follower and all that.
Yeah, get a bulk pitcher.
Yep. Get the bullpen going. All right. Escape V and PBE Sim.
Oh, I didn't see PBE Sim. Okay.
Anyone got a preference? They're both fun streamers.
Oh, they're streaming 23. Okay, that's why.
Oh, there's one streaming 23. Let's go to the one streaming 24 then. So who's streaming 24? That's Escape. Is that Escape V?
Yeah, Escape V is streaming 24.
Then that's an easy decision. We'll go with that. All right. Thanks everyone. Thanks isidafo for joining. Good luck to everybody in the tournament.
Yep. Hope you don't play the defense specialists.
I am rooting for the defense specialists. Yes. And if the defense specialists win this thing, we want to cut.
If the defense specialists win, they should just get a Bancroft for free. That should be the reward.
No, but the problem is, what do they do with a Bancroft?
play him at third. I don't know.
No, they need to get like a Taubensee,
Okay, yeah, that's it. That's actually a good one. Good call.
A non-defense catcher or something.
Are there any non-defense hundreds?
Was Willie Davis the non-defense? No, he was defense. He was the bat.
Decent defense. The bat was so bad. I don't remember all of them. Oh,
all right.
No.
We're gonna get this. All right, we're gonna get the raid going. Good luck to everybody, but especially to the defense specialists. And we'll see y'all. I don't know, Friday next week. One of them things. All right. Thanks.
Some point. All right. Bye, everyone.